And the question I'm going to ask you in the chat, you can tell me yes or no, Y or N. I know what you speak of. And the question is, can the broker in charge and the provisional broker be dual agents? Can the broker in charge and the provisional broker be dual agents? Hear me, dual agents. And the answer is everybody in? The answer is yes, they can be dual. They cannot be designated. They can be in dual because dual is about who? Say it with me. Dual is about the firm. Dual is about the firm. They cannot be designated. They cannot be opposed to each other. They cannot be opposite of each other. Somebody says that's a conflict of interest for them to be opposite. And when you're designated, you're opposite. But when you're dual, the firm and all of us under the firm's umbrella are in this together. Questions on my question? Comments on my question? Does everybody hear the difference? Do we see the difference? Dual versus designated. Okay. I added something in the Google Drive that I wanted to share with you guys, and I'm kind of excited about this. You guys like to play games? So in the Google Drive, I have a new form in here called Review Games. And when you click on it, it's going to give you different categories, different topics. And when you click on the link, and hopefully these links work for you. If not, just try copy and paste and let me know. I'll keep working on them, but they should be able to work for you. But as you can see, like agency classification, if I click on this link, the program is called WordWall. You don't need to know that. But it's just different types of games. Most of these are going to be matching games. So it takes you to, and you can kind of plot the different situations in universal agent, general agent, special agent, for example. So there's a whole, and I'm pretty excited about this, but there's a whole page of games. And some of this stuff we've talked about, like we're in agency. We've danced around license law, but we haven't really got into this yet. So you may not know everything here yet. We haven't gotten to financing yet. We haven't talked about who pays for what yet. So some of these things we haven't done yet, but most of this is about agency. So I think as we keep going in agency, I don't know, you might find this, it might be a good alternative, a good break from the book or a good break from Learn Test Pass and still kind of get you familiar. There's also an escape room, but that's going to be a combination. So it's going to be like near the end. And this might be a fun little activity for you to do when we're getting ready for that end of class exam. So review games are in the Google Drive. And you're encouraged, you don't have to do anything with them, but you're encouraged just kind of poke around. Like I said, trying to break you free from the book, take a break from that dang book, right? so feel free to play the games. And I'd love your feedback because these are relatively new. Somebody's got to go first, right? So I'd love your feedback. Any input is absolutely welcome. I'd love to hear from you guys. Questions on the games? Yes. All right. Yep. And that's in the Google Drive. So again, if you don't have the link to the Google Drive, I mean, there's all sorts of good stuff in here. And as we get to it, we're talking about it. So yeah, the Google Drive, if you don't have access to the Google Drive or a YouTube channel, just reach out to me outside of class. I'll be happy to make sure you get it. Learn Test Pass. We're just trucking right along. So we're going to get started. We're going to just jump right in and get started looking at our exclusive buyer agency agreement. I haven't, honestly, you guys, I haven't looked at Learn Test Pass. They just updated this in January. It takes time to update. It takes time when they change a form. I haven't had a chance to look in Learn Test Pass yet to make sure that the current form is in Learn Test Pass. I will this weekend, but in the interim, I do have the current form in our Google Drive. So just for now, how about you guys access we're going to talk about two forms today. And for now, for you guys to access these, we're going to look at our exclusive buyer agency and our exclusive right to sell. And should you want to look over this weekend, I encourage you just to grab them from Google Drive because I know that's where the current is. So is everybody good with that? Our agency agreements are in the Google Drive. I'll check with Learn Test Pass this weekend. I got to tell you, between me and you, because we're friends, it's a pain in the butt when they update forms. And they usually only do it once a year. But with this NAR settlement, this is like the third revision we've had in the last 6 months. So it's a little crazy now with forms, but this is what I know for a fact. You're always going to be tested on the current material. You'll always be tested on the current material. So it's important to me that one way or another, you have these current forms. And my solution to that for the interim is Google Drive. Everybody good with that? Perfect. So let's look at our exclusive buyer agency agreement. Exclusive's telling me two things. First off, how many firms? Yep, how many firms is the buyer dating? One, exclusivity. We're creating this exclusive relationship. The buyer comes into this as we're going to see, agreeing not to date any other firms. The other thing, we know this because we're actually looking at the form, but if we were to see exclusive buyer agency agreement on a test question, what is exclusive buyer agency agreement on a test question telling me? Not looking at the form, just looking at exclusive buyer agency agreement. What's that telling me? All right, let me ask another way. When I see exclusive buyer agency agreement on a test question, is this an oral agreement? Exclusive buyer agency agreement is telling me that it is in writing. This is a written buyer's agency agreement. So exclusive buyer, because an oral buyer agency, it's non-exclusive. So as soon as you see that word exclusive, you know it's in writing because just by default, oral buyer agency is non-exclusive. So again, it's about reading and interpreting those daggum test questions. Have you guys gotten into them yet? Some of them are like, what were these people thinking when they wrote this, right? Right? You know, you've asked yourself that. So we have our exclusive buyer agency agreement. This is the pre-printed, this is the most commonly used one. The most commonly used buyer agency agreement provided by North Carolina Realtors. But this is not the only one that we're allowed to use. The truth is firms are welcome to use any buyer agency agreement they want, as long as it has the four musts and it's drafted by an attorney. This is the one we're going to look at, though, because this is the one from NC Realtors and the one that we use the most often. So right out the gate, it tells me this agreement is between the buyer and the firm. So we're going to put in your buyer's names. I need your buyer's full legal names. We're not going to use nicknames. We're going to use full legal names. We're going to start and end with full legal names. Everything we do, using their full legal names. And then we're going to put the firm's name in. And then we're going to talk about services provided. Firm will assist the buyer in locating and buying the following property. And then we have the opportunity to describe the type and location. So here we could put a very general area that this buyer is looking at property. Maybe they're looking in the Triad. Or maybe you're only willing to work Forsyth County. So if you're only willing to provide services in a certain location, or if your buyer's looking in a certain location, we can have that sentence, that area, as broad or as specific as we want. I could use this form to create agency for the buyer just for 123 Main Street. The location could just be for one property. And we're going to talk a little bit more about why we might do that. The broadest you can go is North Carolina. But y'all keep in mind, if you put North Carolina in there, where are you agreeing to show this buyer property? from Murphy to Manteo, right? So if you're not willing to go from coast to mountains, then don't put that category in. Is everybody hearing me? This is but you and the buyer deciding where they want to see. Now, maybe they look at you and say, well, I think I want Winston, but I'm not sure. Okay, get, Forsyth County or surrounding counties, things like that. I'll be honest, there's no right thing to put in there. It's just an understanding between you and your buyer of where they're looking and where you're willing to go. And just remember, if you put North Carolina in there, if you put, Triad, and then they say, for those of us in the Triad, we know that's questionable, right? Some people have different lines in the Triad than others. So again, we're just trying to get an understanding of where we're looking. And then the type of property, are we looking at residential, commercial, industrial, warehouse? What type of property is your buyer buying? So we're going to fill in that blank. While providing services, let's see, hang on just a second. Let me get my highlighter. While providing services, the firm, where am I, agrees to cooperate with the firm and also agrees that all offers, I skipped, I'm sorry. While providing services, firm will represent the buyer as a buyer's exclusive agent and will act in the best interest of the buyer. Buyer agrees to cooperate with the firm and also agrees that all offers, contracts, negotiations, leads, etc. Will be facilitated by and through the firm only. So in other words, buyer, you don't need to reach out to the for sale by owner. That's what you hired me for. You don't need to be in touch with the listing agent. You don't need to talk to somebody else about buying a house because that's what you hired me for. So let me handle all those negotiations, those leads, contacts, etc. That's part of our agreement. Firm may assist or firm may assign other agents in the firm to provide the services at any time. Even though firm will act in the best interest of the buyer, buyer understands that firm may represent other buyers who may be shown the same property as the buyer. So we're letting the buyer know this exclusivity, this dating thing is just a one-way street. The buyer can only date one firm, but the firm might be dating multiple buyers, especially if you have multiple agents or even one agent working with, two buyers that are interested in the same property. That takes us back to our duty to treat everybody the same. I'm not looking at a buyer anyway and saying, this is how much you need to offer, right? I'm not telling people what to do. I'm a fact finder. So I'm providing them market data. I'm providing them comps and study numbers to look at and say, based on our studies, what would you like to offer? And when you're working with two buyers, you can have that same conversation with both and let them come up with their own numbers. Everybody good with that? I know that's a concern, especially new. What do I do? You treat them both the same and you don't pit the two against each other, right? Makes sense. So we start with the services provided for each other. Pretty vague, but it covers the gist, the basics of why we're hiring, why we're being hired. Some buyer disclosures. Buyers going to disclose they have or have not signed a document with another real estate agent or firm. If they have, buyer agrees to give the firm's agent's contact information so the firm can confirm the ability to provide services to buyers. So we got to ask buyers early on, are you working with another agent? We're asking them that probably well before we get to this point, but now they're going to disclose that they are or are not in another buyer agency agreement with another firm. Buyer is or is not working with a relocation company. Buyer has or has not received copies of the purchase contract and professional services disclosures. Both of those are forms that we use when we get to the contract, and they have sample versions. So we can kind of plop a copy in their hand up front and say, look this over, because when you're ready to make an offer, this is the form we're going to use. This is the document we're going to use. Anytime you're giving a form to the public, you need to give them the one that has the sample stamped across it so they don't use that for their own use, right? I don't want to hand out a bunch of blank offer to purchase and contracts and say, here you go. So make sure in the real world that it has the sample stamped across it as this one does. Term of the agreement. Remember, one of our musts is we have to have a definite end date. And as mentioned, our listing agreements don't leave this for question. Our agency agreement is going to start on the effective date and it's going to end at, check that out, 11:59 p.m. on this date. That's pretty dang specific, isn't it? At 11:58, I'm your agent. At 11:59, I'm your agent. At 12 o'clock, at a stroke of midnight, I am not. So at the stroke of midnight, that agency agreement is over. We're also going to talk today about what happens when they end, what happens when these agency agreements are over. And as we mentioned, we have to have one of our musts is a definite end date. And when it's over, it's over. We can agree to extend it, but failure to extend it is not going to affect this being over. When it's over unless we agree to extend it. And then we're going to talk about our money. Fees for services. Buyer agrees to pay the firm, and then we're going to spell out how we might be paid. Some firms may allow you to charge a retainer fee. A retainer fee is like paying some money up front for some of these services. So, working with buyers, you're looking at properties, you're looking at suitable properties for them to see. You're putting mileage on your car, you're driving around showing properties. So some firms will allow their agents to collect a retainer fee up front. And if we do collect it up front, then that's that much less commission that the buyer owes if we close. If we don't close, you've already collected a little bit. But if we do close, we're going to apply that towards what you've already paid. I need you to hear me for a couple things. First off, we all like the idea of this, right? I need you to hear me. Your firm has to allow you to do this. Some firms will allow you to do it, some firms won't. The other thing I need you to hear me. If you're going to collect a retainer fee, you must use a written buyer agency agreement. You cannot collect a retainer fee in an oral agreement. So if retainer fee is the way you're going, you've got to be using a written agency agreement. Question comes in, do they have to extend the contract before the contract is over? So, and this comes up a lot. We are in the contract to closing process. We are days or maybe a week away from closing, and our buyer agency agreement expires. It's over. If we're under contract, my duties are going to continue until this thing gets to closing. And there's not a commission rule that says that I have to extend it, but best practice says go ahead and get an extension to continue that agreement through closing. So if we're going to close next week, then we can do that agreement closing. And again, that may come down to your firm's policy on how they want you to handle that. But there's not a commission rule that says we have to extend it through closing if it expires, but it is a good practice. So maybe you're collecting a retainer fee for your services, again, up to your firm, and you're using a written agency agreement. Maybe your firm is collecting a percentage of the sales price. Maybe the commission is going to be a flat fee, or maybe there's some kind of other specific amount that the firm and the buyer agree to. We need to be clear here, you guys. And again, not to talk about the NAR thing, but part of the NAR thing is we can't use these open-ended, like you're going to pay me a commission up to X amount. We got to be specific. We got to be clear. We got to be precise. So don't put vague verbiage in there. Your firm will tell you how much they expect to collect when they're working with a buyer. And we need to be specific. So we've spelled out how much, we've spelled out the amount that we expect to collect. And then we got to talk about when we've earned our commission versus when we actually get paid. So fee earned, due, and payable. Except for any non-refundable retainer fee, the fee in this section will be earned by the firm when the buyer enters into a written contract. We've earned our commission once I connect the seller to my ready, willing, and able buyer. Remember our three-legged stool? My ready, willing, and able buyer. I've earned my commission once I've connected, once I've gotten them under contract. However, the fee will be due and payable when the buyer closes or defaults on the contract. So we need to see, this is an important sentence, an important paragraph. There's a difference in when I earn my fee versus when I actually get paid. I've earned my fee once I get buyer and seller under contract. Our duties don't end there. We keep going. We've earned our fee when we've gone under contract. It's not due and payable until either it closes or the buyer defaults. And in the event of buyer default, it's up to the firm if they're going to go after that buyer for the commission or not. You, the individual agent, cannot go after the buyer for commission. You may want to, and you may be tempted to, but remember your relationship, you don't have the relationship with your buyer, the firm does. So it's going to be up to the firm. If the buyer terminates or if the buyer's in breach, whether or not you're going to get paid, that's up to your firm. But generally speaking, we've earned our commission when we've connected the two, but I don't actually get paid until it closes. What questions do I have on that? Then we go on to tell the buyer that I'm going to seek compensation from the seller or the listing firm. However, if they're not going to pay me, then who's left? Who's up? There's two parties to the contract, the seller and the buyer. So if my commission's not coming from the listing side, who's left? The buyer. And we're going to tell our buyer in this 4B, seller or listing firm assistant, I'm always going to ask the listing side to pay me first. I'm always going to ask them to pay me first. I'm going to call the listing agent, or if it's a for sale by owner, I'm going to call the seller. I'm always going to ask them to pay me first. But if they can't or won't, you're up, buyer. This is ensuring my commission. This is how we ensure my commission. So maybe the listing firm will pay me, maybe the seller will pay me, maybe they won't. There's no requirement for the opposing side to pay me. But I owe it to my buyer to find out if they will. Does that make sense? So I'm going to ask them first. And if they say no, I say thank you very much. And then I go to my buyer and say, you're up. And remember, this thing is in writing. So we've already discussed how much is it I expect to get paid, right? It's all here for us. Nice, neat little package. Mutual termination. Again, if the parties agree to get out of the buyer agency agreement, that's covered there. And then there's a protection period. If the buyer, so our agency agreement expires at midnight tonight, let's just say, or 11:59 p.m. tonight. And then tomorrow, the buyer goes under contract on a property that I've shown them. Could it be that they were waiting for my agency agreement to run out before they made the offer? Could it be? I wish I could tell you everybody's good, honest people, y'all, but we know better, right? So if after the agency agreement expires, and there's a few little caveats there, but the big picture says after our buyer's agency agreement expires, if the buyer purchases a property that I showed them, the buyer purchases a property that I introduced them to, that we discussed during our relationship, then I may still be entitled to a commission. That protection period is protecting us. Isn't that nice? And that's protecting us from, like I said, the shady buyer. You show them a property this weekend, and then they wait until our agency agreement runs out tonight, and then they make an offer on Saturday. Now, you gotta keep track of them, right? You got to know that they bought something. And again, your firm may choose to go after them for commission. So paragraph 4 in our buyer's agency agreement spells out everything about our fees for our services, when we expect to get paid, how much, etc. We're going to talk about additional compensation. Buyer understands that we may have additional compensation. There's such a things out there as seller bonuses, Builder's bonuses. Sometimes as a buyer's agent, you might see, builder bonus of $500 with acceptable offer by the end of the week for something like that, for example. So additional compensation, our principal has to acknowledge. We've got to disclose additional compensation. So this is telling the buyer that if we do collect anything above and beyond what we've already agreed to, then we're going to share it. We're going to disclose it with them. Before I talk about dual agency, let's look at a few things at the bottom of page 1. And you're going to see this on most of our pre-printed forms from NCAR. So first off, I'm a realtor. I'm a member of the National Association of Realtors. And because I am, I can use forms that rock that capital R. That's what that tells the consumer. I'm a realtor. I'm a member of the National Association of Realtors. Our forms come from the state level. So our forms come from the North Carolina Association of Realtors. So all of our pre-printed forms source it. Then we have our equal housing opportunity logo, letting the consumers know that we're going to not engage in any activities that are discriminatory or in any way against our protected classes. Then we have the number, which you don't need to know the numbers, but sometimes knowing the numbers helps you find the form. So I'm going to tell you guys, the forms that you use the most often, you're going to know the numbers. So because you just, y'all, thousands might be a stretch, but there's a whole bunch of forms out there. So sometimes knowing the numbers makes it a little bit easier to find the one you're looking for. And then it tells us when it was last revised, when the current form is. And like I said, please make a note. There's so much going on right now. So always make sure you're looking at the current. In the real world, when you get with your firm will be responsible for making sure you're using the current forms. So whenever they update a form, then your firm will make sure, hopefully they're going over it with you so you know what's different, you know what the changes are, but also they're going to, help you with your template so you're using the new form going forward. Bottom of page 1, top of page 2, it talks about dual agency, and it talks about dual agency as it relates to the buyer. I think you guys should read this. I think you guys should make a note to read the dual agency section, because you can see it talks about the terms of dual agency, talks about what it means to be in dual agency. I think this is helpful for you guys to better wrap your brains around dual agency, another source for you. And then we have authorization for dual agency. So firm may not act as a dual agent, or the firm may act as a dual agent. So right out the gate, we got to get our buyers to initial one or the other. Please note here it says initial only as applicable below. So if right out the gate, we got to get the buyer either to agree to do dual agency or not agree to do dual agency. And remember, you guys, dual agency is intentionally created with informed written consent. So we're not just going to hand them this piece of paper and say, dual agency, do you want to do it or not? Is that giving them informed consent? Is that telling them what it means? We got to have the conversation before we get to this place. So we've had the conversation, and now we're determining if the firm may act as a dual agent or not. If the firm may act as a dual agent, then we're told to initial only one below. Either buyer does authorize the same agent to represent both, buyer does not authorize the same agent to represent both, or if your firm practice is designated, then we're going to use this third. So if designated, if that's an option, remember it's not automatic, but if your firm does offer designated dual agency, then we have a place for them to initial there. Goes on to tell the buyers, whether we're in dual agency or not, we always have a duty to disclose material facts. I don't care if I'm a dual agent, designated dual agent, seller sub-agent, listing agent, buyer's agent. We always have a duty to disclose material facts. And then any waiver, buyer waives any claims, any acts arising from the firm's role as a dual agent. Again, as long as we're going into this with informed written consent. And again, you guys, I can't stress this enough. If you're having these conversations face to face or over the phone, I need you to follow it up with an email. That's how you document these conversations. Could it be really easy for a buyer to come back and say, she never explained dual agency to me when you were sitting at the table with them? So that's when I say we document everything. I mean, that's literally what I mean. In any conversation we're having face to face or over the phone of substance, right? I mean, what are you doing for lunch today isn't a part of this transaction, but anything of substance, anything of this transaction, we need to make sure, please, y'all promise me you're going to document those conversations. Surveillance, videos, and photography. Unless we're what this paragraph is telling us, unless we're told otherwise, buyers, when they're viewing property, they can take pictures, they can take video. Sometimes when you're showing buyers multiple properties in one day, they kind of all start running together. I mean, I hate to say this, but after a while, they all start running together. They all start looking the same. And you show a buyer 10 properties today, they're going to get home and say, now, was the kitchen in that house or was it in a different, right? And so encouraging them to take notes, maybe take pictures, maybe, take videos to help them remember which house was which. They're allowed to do that as long as the seller tells them no. And that would have to come up before the showing. We'd have to be told that before the showing. Buyer's agents, when we're showing properties, we are with our buyers. We are with our buyers in the home. We're not just going to open the front door and say, there you go, and let them run loose, let them run amok in the home. We're going to be with them. And they pull out their phones and start taking pictures or videos. We just need to make sure that they're taking pictures of the space and they're not honing in on confidential information of the stuff, right? They're not going around opening desk drawers and taking pictures of the contents in the desk drawer. They're not focusing on, personal information. Buyer's agents, we need to be with our buyers during showings. We need to make sure that our buyers are respecting the homeowner's home, and making sure that they're not out for wrong reasons. So help just make sure everybody's staying honest. We're going to talk about, when we get to the sellers, we're going to talk about things that the sellers can do to protect their stuff as well. As a listing agent, I'm going to tell you to pack up all your personal stuff. Let's just get it out of the way. Because first off, I'm trying to sell space, not stuff. And the more stuff you have, the harder it is for me to sell the space. But having a bunch of personal stuff up, it's hard for a buyer to imagine themselves living there when they're looking at pictures of your kids, right? Of your family vacations, of your stuff. So depersonalize stuff, get that stuff down. And this isn't show and tell. Don't let your sellers show off their expensive, flashy things. What does a buyer think when they see expensive stuff? They don't need this money. They have expensive stuff. I don't have to offer them asking price. So this isn't show and tell. I'm trying to sell a house, not stuff. They got to pack it anyway, right? They're moving out. Buyer's not looking for a roommate. They're looking for, they got to pack it up anyway. So let's get them to do it before we list. And again, more on that. So buyers can take videos, pictures, unless we have sellers' permission or sellers telling us not to. Other professional advice, particularly with buyers, this is going to come up a lot more than with sellers. Once we go under contract, we're going to advise the buyer to do stuff, for example, like have a survey done and have a home inspection and a pest inspection, a couple other inspections and tests. And there's a good chance your buyer could look at you and say, well, I don't know any home inspectors. Can you recommend one to me? And what this paragraph is saying is, yes, I can recommend it. Don't send your buyers to Google to look for a home inspector. Why do they hire you if that's what you're going to do, right? So you have your preferred vendor list. You have the home inspectors that you've worked with, that you've had transactions with, that you have built that relationship with. If you're brand new and you haven't built that relationship yet, you will. You will. But in the interim, your firm probably has a preferred vendor list. So you can say, here's a list of 2 or 3 home inspectors that my firm uses. I suggest we use one of these. Inspection costs, this let the buyer know that once we go under contract, those inspection costs are going to be on them unless negotiated otherwise. Could buyer and seller agree that the seller is going to pay some of the buyer's closing costs? Sure, sure. But that's part of the negotiations. Remember, anything's negotiable. So we're letting the buyer know you're responsible for these inspection costs. Confidentiality, the firm's not going to disclose the price or other terms of an offer by a buyer to a competing party without the express consent of the buyer. So when you have those competing buyers, you have 2 buyers interested in the same property. What this buyer's offering, I'm not going to share with this buyer and vice versa. I'm going to keep those terms confidential. There's a commission rule that says I cannot disclose the terms of the offer without that person's permission. So how much are you offering? I can't tell anybody else without your permission. Is anybody in their right mind going to give me permission to share the terms of your offer? To pit you with somebody else, right? So, but if you are, you have to have their written permission. And then there's a little, however, sellers may elect not to treat buyers' offers as confidential. Guys, remember, only licensees have to follow license law and commission rule. The sellers are not bound to the real estate commission. So this is another good reason why I don't want the parties talking. This is another good reason why we want our parties communicating with us and let us communicating on their behalf, because sellers can disclose the terms of the offer. Sellers can put their multiple offers compete. They're competing offers. They can pit those together. So let you be the one that's doing the communication. Let's not let them handle their negotiations. Wire fraud warning. Wire fraud is something that's gotten really big, really fast in real estate. Think about the hundreds of thousands of dollars that go across an closing attorney's desk. I mean, daily, weekly, just on a real estate transaction. When it comes to protecting our clients against wire fraud, the best thing that we can do, and many of your firms have a policy to support this, the best thing we can do is look our buyers in the eyeball and tell them, I will never email you wire transfer instructions. When it comes to getting wire transfer instructions, we got to go a little old school. We're going to have our buyers pick up the phone and call the closing attorney and get the wire transfer instructions over the phone. Our emails are getting hacked, and hackers are getting in our emails, and they're sending buyers emails that say, here's your wire transfer instructions. And buyers are good and obedient, right? They do what we tell them to. So they get the email that looks like it's from me. It says, send this money to this place. But guess what? They're not sending it to the closing attorney. They're sending it to the hackers. And y'all, with wire transfers, electronic transfers, once it's out, it's very, very hard to get back. So the best thing we can do is look at our buyers and say, I will never email you wire transfer instructions. If you do get an email from me with wire transfer instructions, I need to know because I've been hacked. And when they're calling the attorney to get those instructions over the phone, you provide them with the number to call. Don't have them call from a number in an email, because now you got them calling the hackers. So you give them the number. You say, this is the number you call to get that wire transfer instruction. Many firms have a policy. Y'all, if I forwarded or if I emailed wire transfer instructions, my relationship with my firm would be over. right? It's a policy. It's what we're doing to protect our buyers and sellers. Don't let this stuff go over email. Questions on that? Comments? I got a place for additional terms. So anything that we haven't already agreed to, anything that may be applicable just to this buyer. Remember, the firm is a party to the agency agreement. And if you're allowed to by your firm, if your firm gives you authorization, then we could draft in any kind of agreement here, anything that we agree to that isn't already covered in our buyer's agency agreement. 13 is just kind of boilerplate stuff. What happens if it goes wrong? What happens if it goes bad? We're going to try to go through mediation instead of trying to full out court case. How are we going to cover attorney's fees, that kind of stuff. And then we have our non-discrimination clause, all caps. Firm shall conduct all brokerage activities in regard to this agreement without respect to, and then it lists the protected classes that we are going to talk about. One of our musts of our agency agreement is that we have our non-discrimination clause. And then I got a place for 2 buyers to sign or a buyer entity. So if it's a firm buying the property, that would be an entity. They have one person that's authorized to sign on their behalf. So that one person would sign on the entity. But otherwise, I got a place for 2 buyers with their contact information to sign the form. I need all buyers that are going to buy this property and their spouses. We want everybody that's going to be on the deed and their spouses to sign this listing, or excuse me, this buyer's agency agreement. So if you have more than 2 buyers, I have a form called additional signatures addendum. So the additional signatures addendum gives you pretty much, I think it's 8 places. So it gives you like this section for 8 more, 6 or 8 more, I don't remember, doesn't matter. But you can plug in as many as you need to. I need everybody to agree to and sign from day one. And we can use the additional signatures addendum as often as we need to, as many times as we need to get all those buyers in. Yes, ma'am, Brittany, good morning.
Good morning. So at the very top of the agency agreement, then you're going to have your 6 or 7 legal names at that top line.
You're going to list them all out here, all their legal names. And if you don't have enough room here, we need to get you maybe a piece of paper or something. But we need to make sure, great question, Brittany, thank you. We need to make sure from day one that everybody's on board, that everybody's on the same page. Worst case scenario, somebody says, oh, my spouse is fine, or the other person on the loan is fine. They're okay with this. They don't need to sign this. And we get to closing and they're not going to show up to sign the closing paperwork. Game over. Wouldn't we rather know this up front? So let's make sure we have everybody on board from day one. Thank you, Brittany. And then the last piece of our buyer's agency agreement is for our information, the firm's contact information. So you got the firm name, the firm has a license number, and then it's going to be signed by the individual agent. So as a general agent, I'm allowed to sign agency agreements on behalf of my firm. Another one of our musts, because I'm the one signing it, I must include my license number. Best practice is to fill out this whole section, but remember our musts. And then your firm's or your contact information, the office, and how you want to be, phone, fax, and or email, whatever you use. I got to tell y'all, all these changes that we've done, and you may have experience with this, or your broker buddies might have experience with this, but usually when they update a form, it means we're going to have more pages. Usually when they update a form, it means we're going to get a new page, we're going to get new information. But I tell you what, with this NAR settlement, the previous buyer's agency agreement was 8 pages. Now they got it down to 3. See, I don't ever say they always give us more, because that's not the case as of this year. They took some away. Now, what have they taken away? Obviously, nothing relevant to practicing today. I think some things just kind of, because that's the way we've always done it. And one thing this NAR settlement did is really caused us to take a deep, hard look, a deep, hard dive on how we do things. Are we far away from 4 pages? No, no, we're not. It might be when we get the next revision, we're at 4. But for right now, blows my mind to say that the buyer's agency agreement is only 3 pages these days. I'm still not used to saying that. Any questions on the exclusive buyer agency agreement? Yes, I do think you should look over it. Yes, there are test questions from this form. Yes, as we were discussing buyer's agency. Now, I don't think you guys need to read this thing word for word, but I do think you need to be familiar with what's in it. Questions?
What type of question might be on it? Like from like will they take just for instance, maybe like a section of the buyer's disclosure? Like is it are there a certain part? Sorry
I
for
mean,
my
they
baby, he's
might.
talking.
Anything's fair game, Ebony, and as you're
Oh,
doing these
okay.
practice questions. But you know, we spent some time on fee for services, right?
Uh-huh.
So you know, so you know, again, I don't need you to read it word for word,
Okay,
but I
okay.
need you to be familiar with what.
Familiar. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Julie.
Yep, yep. What if one of the names on the agreement isn't around anymore by signing by the ending date? As in they've left or they've passed away or something? Is that kind of, yeah. So then we may just have to take a death certificate with us to closing to show the lender, to show the attorney that that person's no longer with us. I mean, things do change, and that's a good point. But we may just have to have some kind of proof like that death certificate showing why this person isn't at the closing table today, you know, and that very well may delay closing now, right? Especially if they're on the loan. But these kinds of things do come up. And the lender, I mean, I had buyers a couple years ago buy Mr. and Mrs. purchased, and at some point the lender decided that they needed a co-signer. So they got her parents to be a co-signer. And the lender said, you know what, let's go ahead and add her parents to the contract. So we just had to go back and make some amendments, you know, at the discretion of the lender, so we can make this happen. So the lender, the attorney throughout the process may say, hey, we need to do this, we need to do that. In which case we say, okey doke, because we want to make this happen. Even if the spouse isn't on the deed, maybe we do run the loan with just one of the married people, and they don't require the spouse on the loan, they may still require them to be on the deed. And even if they're not, remember, North Carolina is a spousal state. 1 to buy, 2 to sell. So you could have one show up at closing to buy, but guess what? Both of them. And I think attorneys and lenders are trying to get everybody on from day one, so we don't have these problems going as many as many problems in the future. All right, we're going to go ahead and take our first break, and when we come back, we're going to talk specifically about working with buyers. Now that we've gone over our buyer's agency agreement, we're going to work with some buyers when we get back. So let's take 10. Welcome back. Cameras are back on. Going to take attendance. Let's work with some buyers. So we have our exclusive buyer agency agreement that we just looked at. And it's just worth mentioning, there's another buyer agency agreement. It's also in writing, and this is called a non-exclusive buyer agency agreement. Non-exclusive meaning
More than one.
more than one firm, the buyer's not committed. So if the buyer is in a non-exclusive buyer agency agreement, the firm that introduces the buyer to this property will be the one to get paid. So if the buyer buys something that you don't introduce them to, non-exclusive buyer agency says you're not due a commission. We're only going to get paid on what we introduce. It's a fancy word called procuring cause. Procuring cause. My actions, that chain of event, led to this buyer buying this property. And if you can't show that chain of event, that procuring cause, then you may not be able to be entitled to a commission, or your firm may not be entitled. So what another good reason to document everything, right? So you have your working with real estate agent disclosure, you have your non-exclusive buyer agency, and then you have your notes and your records of what properties you showed them. We're not looking at the non-exclusive buyer agency agreement form. We don't need to, but we do need to know it's out there. We do need to know that there are not just one buyer's agency agreement we can use. The most common one, the one that we see the most often, is the exclusive buyer agency. So as we saw, and we saw this the other day as well, so this is kind of a refresher, but as we saw, the form says, the agency agreement says that we might be working with other buyers. We might be working with other buyers that are interested in the same property. So just make sure we're treating everybody honestly and fairly. We're not pitting them against each other. And we're not disclosing the terms of their offer. We're not discussing the terms of their offer without their express consent. So you met a buyer, as I just said. What's one of the first things we're going to do when we meet this buyer out the gate? What's one of the first things we're going to do? Got you guys signing, mouthing at me. Some of you are shouting. We're going to do our, let's say it together, working with real estate agents disclosure. As soon as that buyer looks at you and says, I want to buy a house, can you help me? Is there a pretty good chance this conversation is going to hit for a substantial contact, the serious buyers? So we're going to do this early, you guys. Remember, that's our consumer form. Once we do our disclosure, we decide in what capacity we're going to work. Am I going to be your buyer's agent? Am I going to be a seller sub-agent? Particularly with buyers, we need to decide early how to proceed, because I need to know now where in my plane to put you. Am I going to put you in first class, or am I going to leave you back in coach? I need to know this early on. That defines my role. And by defining my role, it defines the duties that I owe you or owe this buyer. So we've done all this. We have said, here's my working with real estate agent disclosure. This is the capacity we're going to work. Probably the next question that's going to fall out of your mouth when you're working with a buyer is going to be, have you talked to a lender? But let's not ask the buyer if they've talked to a lender until we've done our disclosure, right? Because once we start talking about lenders, we're moving on in the process. Is everybody kind of seeing that, how things work, that timeline? Have you talked to a lender? And if they say, no, I haven't, then we're going to say, because I also got lenders in my tool belt as well. And I'm going to say, here's a list of 2 or 3 lenders that I've used in the past. We're going to encourage our buyers to shop around, encourage them to talk to different lenders. Because just like real estate firms, all lenders are different. They don't offer the same product. They don't offer the same rates. They don't offer the same loan terms. So we're going to encourage them to shop around. And we're going to give them, again, don't send them to Google to look for a lender. We're going to give them a list of a few that we or your firm has worked with. One thing we're never going to say, never look at a buyer and say, this is the lender you're going to use and you're going to like it. This is the home inspector that's going to do your home inspection. I don't get to make these decisions. It's their 30-year loan. It's their home inspection. So I'm letting them make these decisions, them make these choices. You could carry a lot of liability by telling your buyers which vendors to use, telling your sellers which vendors to use. So give them choices, you guys. Always give them choices. So we've got them to a lender. The lender's gotten us a pre-qualification or a pre-approval letter. More on that when we get to Unit 6. And then the next place where we are next is going to be helping the buyer determine what it is that they want to buy. So we're going to ask questions. We're going to ask them, what kind of home are you looking for? Is there a certain number of bedrooms you need? Is there a square footage? Do you need a basement? Do you want a garage, right? We're going to start asking them, location, school district, like what's important to them. When I'm working with buyers, I'm a little old school sometimes. And when I'm working with buyers, I've been known to hand them a piece of paper before, a piece of paper and a pen, say, draw a line down the middle of it. And on one side, you list your wants. And on the other side, you list your needs. That helps them start thinking about the things that are important, right? I think another good thing that it does, if you start that conversation, it's it's interesting how many times when you have two people buying together, it's interesting how different their wants and needs list can look. And at some point, you're wondering if you're going to get the two of them under the same roof or not. So by having these conversations up front, we can get them together. They're looking for the same thing, right? Like one of them, the kitchen might be more important than the other, so just helping them get together. And once we've kind of narrowed it in, once we've kind of discussed things that could be important, things that they're looking for, then we can start looking in our multiple listing services, also known as our MLS. The MLS is the program that we all pull our listings together. So once you secure a listing, you put it in MLS, and then that listing becomes available to all members of that MLS. Now we have multiple MLSs across the state. So for example, there's the Triangle MLS, the Triad MLS, Canopy is Charlotte, and that's not all of them. Those are just the bigger ones. There's a High Country MLS, Fayetteville MLS. So there's multiple throughout the state. You will become a member of whichever MLS your firm is already a member of. So whenever you affiliate with your firm, if they're a member of the Triad MLS, then that's the MLS that you will be a member of. That's the MLS that you will have access to. And we're going to start with the MLS, meaning that may not be the only place that we help the buyers locate suitable properties. It's just where I'm going to start. You're not going to find for sale by owners in MLSs. So to find for sale by owners, we may need to go to forsalebyowner.com or Zillow.com, right? We may need to go to other sites to help them find those suitable properties. So when I say we start in the MLS, this is just the beginning. Also be prepared as you're showing them properties, as you get out there, for that wants and needs list to change. The current market, the current product, the current inventory may affect. So don't lock your buyers in. Please don't. That's not what you told me 2 weeks ago. Be prepared for that list to change, you guys, because it can and it often does. So just prepare for that. But we're just having these conversations to know where to start, the basis. So we've done our search in our MLSs and other places, and they found a couple properties that they want to see. So I'm going to schedule showings for the time frame that my buyer wants to see the property. We have, most MLSs have a centralized showing program. So I can go to, ours is called Showing Time. I can go into Showing Time and schedule all our showings. If we're going to see 10 properties on Saturday, I can go into one program and schedule all 10. I submit the request to show. That request goes to the listing firm and or seller, and they approve the request or deny it, whatever. So we're going to schedule. Don't just show up at somebody's house. We're going to make sure we schedule it, let them know we're coming with our buyers. And as we're scheduling showings at this time, we also need to remember what we promised our buyers. I'm always going to ask the seller or the listing firm to pay me first. And I got a form for that. So when they do agree to pay me, or if they do agree to pay me, then I got a form for them to sign to secure my commission. If the listing firm or the seller says no, then as we said, the buyer's up. So we need to let the buyer know. We have our appointment for this afternoon to see 123 Main Street. The seller is not willing to pay my commission. So per the terms of our written buyer agency agreement, if you proceed with this property, you must pay me X amount. In that case, the buyer has two choices. They either say, okay, or they say, no, I don't want to see that property, right? They've got that decision to make. I just got to let them know. I did my job per my agency agreement. I asked if they were going to pay me and they said no. So if we're going to proceed, then we need to get this hashed out now. Y'all don't think about it. Address your commission before they see the home, please. Because guys, if you don't, they walk in the front door, they fall in love, and they're already doing furniture placement and where are we going to put the table for Thanksgiving, right? They're already mentally moving in and getting themselves here. And you're in the background babbling on something about your commission. They're not hearing you at that point. So we need to have these discussions before they ever see it, before we walk in the front door. Everybody good with that? Save yourself some time and theirs as well. So we're scheduling our showings. We're finding out where our commission is coming from, the listing side or the buyer. If it's a for sale by owner, I'm always going to ask the for sale by owner. I'm always going to ask, are you willing to cooperate? Are you willing to pay me? The FSBO's always had the opportunity to say yes or no. If the FSBO says no, then who's up? Now I'm going to go back to my buyer. That's my obligation, to ask the listing firm and the seller first. And if they can't or won't, then you're up. So the for sale by owner says, yeah. Or the for sale by owner says, no, I'm not going to pay you. Awesome. We need to call our buyer and say, I've asked for the terms of our buyer agency agreement. If the for sale by owner says, yeah, oh yeah, I'll pay you, no problem. Y'all going to take them at their word? Everybody shake your head no. No, we're not going to take them at their word. So guess what? We got a form for that. And if the for sale by owner agrees to pay you, then we have a form to protect our commission. It's a protection agreement, not to be confused with the protection period that we just saw in our buyer's agency agreement. So I have a form that it doesn't create agency, because the for sale by owners already decided to go it alone. They've decided to go unrepresented. The only reason I'm here is because I have a buyer client that's interested in this property. So the for sale by owner said, no, I'm not trying to create agency, but I do want to secure my commission. And we have a form for that. Whether or not the FSBO pays my commission or not, what's another thing I need to make sure I do with this for sale by owner?
Disclose your agency status.
I'm going to do my working with real estate agent disclosure. Doesn't that FSBO have the right to know coming into this that I represent the buyer? Doesn't the FSBO have the right to know coming into this that I'm hanging out on the buyer side? Doesn't the FSBO have the right to know that I don't owe them confidentiality? Be very, very careful what you tell me. So whether or not the FSBO is paying you or not, we still need to make sure we're doing our working with real estate agency disclosure. If they're not paying you, even if they are, they need to understand that they're not getting old car. I think sometimes FSBOs think that they're, oh, I'll get loyalty, I'll get confidentiality. Remember, old car is to the one that hires me, not to the one that pays me. So we got our protection agreement. Yes, I got a form for that. Payment of compensation or source, again, it doesn't create agency. It's the agency agreement that creates that relationship. So like we just said, my old car duties are not to the one that's paying me. It's to the one that hires me, and you hire me by using an agency agreement. The sharing of compensation. Well, you got a firm policy that's going to spell out how much the firm expects to collect when a buyer buys. Is it negotiable? I don't know. That's up to your firm's policy. If it is negotiable, how much? What's your parameters? What can you work with? That's all up to your firm's policy. And that'll be discussed with you before you go out, before you go too far. They're going to make sure you're clear, and they're going to make sure you know what your negotiation powers are, what wiggle room you have when discussing your commission with a buyer, seller, client. Some firms have different policies if it's an in-house transaction versus a co-broker transaction. So remember, a co-broker transaction is how many firms? Co-brokered is 2 firms. Yep. The in-house transaction is how many? In-house transaction is just one firm. So an in-house transaction, you got the one firm working with buyer and seller. Maybe that's the same commission as a co-broker transaction. Maybe it's different. Again, it's all up to your firm's policy, and they will have to go over that with you before you start negotiating or discussing your commission. Don't forget too, you guys, you may come across, and you often will, come across buyers that want to buy either outside of North Carolina or even outside of where you're willing to go. Remember your geographical area. If you say Triad, and then this buyer decides they want to buy in Triangle, you may not want to drive to Raleigh every time they have a showing. You may not want to drive to Raleigh every time there's a home inspection. That's kind of a decision for you to make. If you're willing to do the work, go for it. If you're not, then you need to refer them to an agent in Raleigh, or you need to refer them to an agent in another state. So when you meet buyers from inside or outside of the state, even though they're not in your geographical area, don't discount them. I'm telling y'all right now, referral fee is the easiest money you will make. The easiest money you'll make. Pretty much all you're doing is saying, Bob, this is Linda. Linda, this is Bob. And when it closes, you're going to get a referral fee. Isn't that nice? How much are you going to get? I don't know. That's up to your firm's policy. So your firm will tell you what they expect to collect referral fees and how you're going to get paid from that referral fee. So the commission can come from a couple of different sources. As a buyer or working with a buyer, earning your commission, first step is always, you got to have a current active license. If you want to be paid, you got to have a current license that's on active status. Question comes in, if they're outside of North Carolina, can you tour the properties for them virtual? No, let the referring agent do their job. You stay out of it. Once you've referred it, you almost need to let it go. Does that make sense? Especially when you're going to another state. I can't conduct business in another state. Now I could tell them to go look at Zillow.com and search in that other state, but they're going to want to talk to their agent there that knows that area, knows that state law. So if you want to earn a commission working with a buyer, step 1, you have to have a current and active license. Step 2, you have to have a valid written buyer's agency agreement. Remember, they all have to be in writing at some point. I can start working with a buyer under an oral agreement, but I eventually have to put that thing in writing by the time we're ready to present the offer. So we got to make sure that we have this thing in writing, may it be exclusive or non-exclusive. We got a valid buyer's agency agreement. Also, to earn this commission, I'm the one that found them the property. That's that procuring cause. I helped them find the property. I'm the one that showed it to them. I'm the one that introduced them to this property. I procured this transaction. Buyer and seller agree to go under contract. We have acceptance of offer. And once we're under contract, per my buyer's agency agreement, once we're under contract, I have earned my commission. I'm not going to get paid until it closes. But this is a step closer, isn't it? Right? Getting them under contract, we're a step closer and we have earned our commission. I've connected the seller to that ready, willing, and able buyer. Something else that may come up with, especially working with buyers, you're more apt to see it, is additional compensation. So agent bonuses, seller incentives, they may offer you cash, maybe a gift card. I've never been offered a car or vacation. I just want to throw that out there. And if you ever get offered a car or vacation, will you please call me? Because I got questions. So totally off record. I just have questions. But the point here is that at some point we might be offered additional compensation. And by additional compensation, we mean more than or above and beyond than what we've agreed to in my buyer's agency agreement. So it might be, and I think we see this a lot with builders, you know, builder bonus to the buyer's agent that brings an acceptable offer by this date. We're not seeing many seller incentives for buyer's agents right now because we're still in a seller's market. But I think as that pendulum comes down, as we get closer and closer to a buyer's market, we're going to start seeing seller incentives come back. So that might say something like seller offering X amount incentive to the buyer's agents that brings an acceptable offer.
I have a question, Ms. Julie.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so like I told you before, like I was studying Maryland real estate. And so there, if we got like if a client offered us a bottle of wine or a gift basket and stuff like that, it was illegal. There,
Illegal?
illegal.
Interesting.
We
So-
couldn't do any
so-
extra stuff.
In North Carolina, I'm allowed to accept what's referred to as nominal compensation.
Okay.
And nominal compensation is like an insignificant gift or token. So maybe a bottle of wine, like you said, or a $10 gift card, something like that. Generally speaking, nominal compensation is anything under $50. So if you're accepting anything other than $50, we don't necessarily have to disclose,
Right.
but I still say best practice is to disclose.
Okay. But
That
here in
nominal
North Carolina-
compensation. So thank you for the bottle of wine.
Yeah.
We're going to move on. Yep.
But in North Carolina, we can take up to a car as a gift.
As long as I disclose.
Okay.
And that's the key there right now, Brittany. Disclose, disclose, disclose. Now, we got a couple other rules that are gonna, because we got something called TRID that may override this. We're gonna talk about that. But just in general, additional compensation is referring to anything that's above what we've agreed to in my buyer's agency agreement. Remember, I said we got to be specific. I can't have like an open-ended amount. So we're going to be specific. And if they're offering a bonus or something above, then we need to make sure we disclose. And that's the name of the game, disclose. Specifically, commission rule says confirmation of compensation, incentive, bonus, rebate, or other consideration more than a nominal value. I have a duty to disclose when it's from my principal unless they've provided for in a written agreement. So just making numbers up, my principal agrees to pay me 2%. I just made a number up. 2% if I help them buy this house. And the builder's offering me a $500 bonus. Or my principal, I should say. The principal's going to offer me more. Maybe they decided I've worked hard and I'm worth 2.5. I need to get that amended. I need to make sure that the final commission is properly disclosed. And I also need to disclose to my principal if another party is going to pay me that bonus or that incentive. So again, when it comes to additional compensation, keep it simple. The name of the game is to disclose. Disclose, disclose to our principal. They have a right to know if I'm going to make more money because they bought this house. Doesn't that make sense? Don't you have a right to know if I'm going to make more money off of you? And that's what we need to make sure that we do is disclose. Not just any disclosure, but a full and timely manner, a full and timely disclosure. Full meaning I'm going to give you an exact amount. I'm not just going to say, oh, they're giving me a bonus. I'm going to say they're offering me $500. Timely meaning before we go under contract. Before I show you the property, I can tell you verbally they're offering me a bonus. But by the time we're going under contract, I need that disclosure in writing. Again, handled through our agency agreements. But full and timely manner, timely, y'all, I can't be sitting at the closing table, look at my buyers and say, now, as soon as you sign in 5 minutes, I'm going to get a bonus. What can they do with that information at that point? So by full and timely disclosure, by discussing this with them before we write the offer, before we go under contract, they have that disclosure and they can decide how they want to proceed. Think something through with me. Y'all put your pencils down. Y'all make my hand hurt, I swear. Y'all cramped up yet? Put your pencils down. Think something through with me. Typically, bonuses and incentives comes from the sales price, right? It's built into the sales price. Who pays the sales price? Who pays it? The buyer. So technically, who's paying your bonus or incentive? The buyer. Don't they have the right to know? Everybody with me? You don't need to do that kind of breakdown with them, but we had better understand, right? They're paying the sales price. That bonus has been built into the sales price. So we have a duty to disclose that that we're getting that bonus. We're being offered that bonus. Remember when working with buyers, once I've been hired as a buyer's agent, now that I'm running around as a buyer's agent, whenever I meet people as a representative of my buyer, I got to disclose my agency status at initial contact. This is our conversation and the difference of initial versus first substantial. So once you've been hired as a buyer's agent, you're out there representing the buyer, whether the first time you talk to a seller or the listing agent, we've got to disclose at initial contact that I represent the buyer. And this could occur at any time up until we're ready to present the offer. Presentation of the offer should state, here's the offer on behalf of my buyer, client. So initial contact, when I've been hired as a buyer's agent, when I'm out there speaking or representing my buyer. Questions? Yeah, Brittany.
So I schedule a showing for my buyer. I have no communication with the seller's agent or the seller. I don't have to disclose who I am until I present the offer. At the time that the offer is sent to them, that's fine.
Because that's the first contact you've had with them. If that's the first contact you've had with them.
Right.
Yep. I could schedule the showing, I could have the showing, I could have all these conversations with my buyer and never once have talked to the listing agent or the seller. So the latest you're going to have is presenting that offer. And if that's the first time you've ever reached out to them, then that's when your duty for initial. Yep. Let's see, let's run a couple scenarios here and see what we think. So licensee represents a buyer under an oral buyer agency agreement. Stop right there. What do we do when we see the word oral? Just cover it up. Cover it up. So I cover up oral. So what am I dealing with now? I'm dealing with a buyer agency agreement. And what do I owe my buyer in this buyer agency agreement? Say it with me. Old car all the way. Everybody seeing that? Just cover that word up. Okay. So you represent a buyer under an oral buyer agency agreement. The licensee calls the listing agent to request additional information. The buyer decides to make an offer. The licensee informs the listing agent about the representation when submitting the offer. The question is, did the licensee violate license law? I got you guys telling me yes. Why? They didn't disclose their status at initial contact. When was initial contact? It's when they called. When they called, they should have started with, I'm calling on behalf of my buyer. I'm calling because I'm representing a buyer. I'm calling because I'm working with a buyer that's interested in yours. Everybody see that? Yes, they disclosed their status when they submitted the offer, but that wasn't their initial contact. And that's the difference in initial versus for substantial. You call that listing agent, you say, hi, my name is Julie Campbell, and I'm working with a buyer that's interested in your listing on 123 Main Street. That's what we mean by initial contact. Questions on this one? All right, let's look at another scenario. Broker represents a buyer who wants to view a property listed for sale in the MLS. The showing is scheduled and confirmed through the showing service. Upon arrival, the broker meets the seller and informs them that they represent the buyer interested in the property. Did they violate anything? And you guys are telling me no. This broker did good, didn't they? The seller was there. Sometimes the seller's got to be at showings. I'm not going to lie, it's awkward and uncomfortable, but it's their home, right? So if they insist at being at showings, nothing I can do about it. So you show up for the showing and you're standing face to face with the seller. Is that your initial contact? And that's when you got to look at the seller and say, I'm here because I have a buyer that's interested in your property. Agent did good. Any questions on that initial contact? When you've been hired as a buyer's agent, we disclose our status of being the buyer's agent at initial contact. All right, so let's see. When entering an oral buyer agency agreement, what is agreed to between the client and the firm? What are some things we know about oral buyer agency? Yep. Don't ask me, tell me. I owe that buyer old car. Because it is an agency agreement. How do I know that? Because I'm covering up that word oral. I'm dealing with that buyer agency agreement. So this is oral, this is old car. I owe them old car. At this point, under an oral agreement, what do they owe me? Everybody shake your head no, because they don't owe me anything at all. They don't owe me anything until we put this thing in writing. Is this an exclusive relationship? Is this exclusive?
No, they're allowed to shop around.
They're allowed to shop around. Oral buyer agency is always non-exclusive. If I demand exclusivity, I got to put this thing in writing. Can I look at this buyer and say, you're going to work with me for 2 weeks under an oral buyer agency agreement? Can I put a time limit on our relationship under an oral agreement? And you guys are shaking your head. No. If I'm going to put a timeline, if I'm going to say you and me 2 weeks, I've got to put it in writing. So we can and often do work with buyers under an oral agreement at first. We just know we got limitations. We know we got our restrictions. And again, you guys, this tends to be a problem topic on the test. And I think it's because we're concerned about this buyer buying a property with somebody else. They're going to work with another agent and they're going to buy this property with somebody else. So you may be sitting here right now going, I'm not going to do this. If I'm going to work with a buyer, they're going to sign an agency agreement. And I think that's great. If you find a firm, if you affiliate with a firm that allows you to practice that way, I think that's awesome. I think some agents do that. Some firms don't allow oral buyer agencies. Some agents don't do oral buyer agency. But your tests are not going to ask you what you're going to do. Your tests are going to ask you what you can do. Can you work with a buyer under an oral buyer agency agreement at first? Yes, the commission will allow it. Y'all do not get in your own way here. Limitations for oral buyer agency, again, they're non-exclusive. And we do not have that specified time period. Non-exclusive, no time period. Somebody says, I don't want to because we might not get paid if we did the work. That's right. They're not committed to me. But guys, an exclusive buyer agency agreement is no guarantee either. You'd like to think you could sell them a home in that time frame, but there's no guarantee. Nothing is guaranteed. So could you have an exclusive buyer agency agreement for 4 months and that buyer not find a property in that time? Yeah. I hear you. I hear you. There's more risks with oral. And again, that may be why you choose not to do it. You decide that that's not how you want to conduct your business, how you want to practice. But don't think about your practice until you get through the tests. And I do owe them OCAR. In an oral buyer agency agreement, I do owe them OCAR. Remember how we get away with oral is because it's in express agreement, which means I've created agency. I just haven't asked them to sign anything yet. So we have an oral buyer agency agreement, and the buyer first says no to dual, but then they come across something that your firm has listed and they want to see it. Because they've said no to dual where it stands right now, can I show them that listing? Not right now. They already said no to dual. They already said they don't want to see anything that my firm has listed. Can I revisit it with them? Can I talk to them? Can I say, in order for you to see this showing, we've got to revisit dual agency. Do you agree to do it now? Yeah, I'll do it. Great. Now I can show it to you. They can always change their mind about dual agency, but we've got to revisit it with them if it comes up. If they've said no orally, they can change their mind orally. If they said no in writing, the only way they can change their mind is in writing. Basic contract law. The only way to change something in writing is in writing. What if you've been working with this buyer under an oral buyer agency agreement? They find the one, the dream home, the house they've been looking for their whole lives. They find it, you write it up, and you're about to present the offer, and you say, oh yeah, before I present this offer, I got to get you to sign this buyer's agency agreement. And the buyer says, I'm not signing that. Smile, take a big deep breath. If they don't sign, as it stands right now, if they don't sign the buyer's agency agreement, can I present the offer on their behalf? Can I present it without anything in writing? Not quite, Brittany. I can't present it where it stands right now. So guys, hang on, it's not over yet. Remember when we looked at our buyer's agency agreement, that geographical location? Maybe I suggest that I create buyer's agency, a written buyer's agency just for that one property. Maybe I put in 123 Main Street. They sign that, and now I'm authorized to present the offer on their behalf for that one property. If the seller accepts, I'm your agent. If they don't, we're still in oral buyer agency. We haven't terminated oral buyer agency, but we can, in that case, do our exclusive buyer agency or our non-exclusive buyer agency for that one address. So maybe they say, okay, all right. And guys, seriously, if you've been working with them and they're unwilling to sign we may need to back up and figure out what it is. Something about this relationship they're not feeling good about. So is there a trust issue? Is there concerns, right? Trying to get to the bottom of why they won't sign. But our options, we could create a buyer agency agreement just for that one property. I can be as specific or as general as we need to. So I could do 123 Main Street to present this offer on your behalf. If they still say no, I told you I wasn't going to sign anything. As a last ditch effort, we can offer to downgrade them from first class to coach. As a last ditch effort, we can offer to downgrade them from a client to a customer. Before I do that, though, I have to first make sure that the listing side is okay with working with me as a seller subagent. Because when I downgrade, I'm switching sides, aren't I? So I have to first make sure that they're okay with me being a seller subagent. Remember, we have to get permission to be a seller subagent. So if they say no, we don't take seller subagents, then I can't proceed. If they say yes, I need to go back to my buyer and I need to let them know what it means for me to downgrade them. I need to let them know that I'm going to take away my duties of old car. And if we proceed, all you're going to get is honesty, fairness, and the disclosure of material facts. I also need to remind them what I know about them. What confidential information do I have about them? Because as soon as I switch sides, whose side am I on? I'm going to the seller side now, aren't I? We have to have these conversations up front. Are you going to document these conversations? Oh my goodness, yes. I need you to document the heck out of these conversations. Does this sound ideal? This situation sound ideal? No. That's why I called it a last ditch effort. And this is why we're making sure everybody's clear on this before we proceed, before the buyer and the seller let us proceed. If they say no to putting it in writing, then we might be able to get them to downgrade just to present the offer, just to get them under contract. But guys, here's the deal. If they say, no, I'm not signing that, and no, I'm not going to let you downgrade me, I'm out. I have no other legal alternatives. You're either my client or my customer. I don't have a secret option number 3. Is everybody with me? So that buyer is refusing to sign. They don't like the idea of you sharing their confidential information with the seller. No, I'm not going to agree to do this. Then I can't present this offer on your behalf. I got 2 choices. You're either my client or my customer. And if they say no to both, another good reason to have these conversations up front. Another good reason to look at the buyer and say, I'm not asking you to sign buyer agency agreement yet, but this is the time that I will ask you to sign it. This is when we need to enter into a written agency agreement. This is why we do buyer consultations. This is why we do these things up front. And this is why you guys document everything. Thoughts on that? Questions?
Okay, I do. Okay,
Yeah.
so okay, free. You just said something. Dang it, it was just in my head. Brain fart. Okay, so like you were saying, they're they're kind of hesitant to get in contract with you and right? And now you can't switch sides to kind of screw them over with the seller. You can't mess, because I would definitely want to do that because you didn't want to pay me. So,
Right.
I just wasted my time. So say, okay, so now you're in a position where they're not signing, you're kind of out of it. What the frick was I about to ask you? Say what you said last, and then I'll remember what I was about to say. Okay, say what you said
Let me
last.
remember what I just said.
Yeah, I want you to remember what you said.
Well, while you were thinking, Brittany. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm thinking, shoot. Okay, because you said that they don't do anything. They don't do it either way, right? And then we're basically screwed. did you say after that? Somebody help me. Because my brain is having a big brain fart right now.
So at that point, they've said, let me see if I can help. So they've said, no, I'm not signing. No, I'm not being downgraded. So I'm still an oral buyer agency. And so when I say, sorry, I can't present this on your behalf, and they say,
Right.
okay, let's go look at another property, I'm going to say, hang on. Before we go any further, let's sit down and have a conversation. Because if we're going to keep looking at property, there's a good chance we're going to be here again. You might have just weeded out. Some people, y'all aren't serious buyers. Some people are going to act like they're serious buyers because they like to go around looking at pretty houses all the time.
Mhm.
And if they're using you to go around and look at pretty houses, then you might have just uncovered that, Brittany. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
So
think that's where I was going
if
with
they
it.
want to keep go, if they don't want to sign, but they want to keep going,
Yeah.
we're gonna sit down and talk before we go any further. Because I don't want to spend any more of my time
Right.
or yours knowing that you're still not going to sign something.
Okay, so that's what it was. Okay, so say they decide that they don't want me to present the offer. Are they capable of hiring someone else to go present the offer? Or are they able to present the offer to them for themselves to the seller? Like what happens at that point if they decide they really want to
They could present it themselves. They could have an attorney draft up a contract to present. They remember it's oral, so it's not exclusive. So could they be working with another agent at this point?
Yeah.
Yes. And that takes us back to what can protect you, might protect you is that procuring cause. If
Right.
you can show the chain of events that led them to this property, and then
Yeah.
they use somebody else,
Right.
you might be able to prove that you're the one that's still
Deserves
entitled
it.
to the commission.
Okay, as
Or
well
the
as
firm.
also that can protect you on the other thing we were talking about the other
Yep.
when we were talking about how
The protection agreement.
yeah, the protection agreement, basically. Okay. All right. I think that's kind of where I was going with the question. Okay.
What do we document?
Everything.
Everything, because you might need that one day to prove that you were the one that got them here.
Yeah, because that's also like the lawsuit you were saying
That's
with
right.
the firm. They want to.
And if the firm chooses to proceed, one of the first things that the judge is going to want to see is proof that you were the procuring cause.
Okay. All right. But that's not going to happen to me, so no worries.
It's, you know, it's risky working with buyers. It really is, because nobody's guaranteed. Nobody's guaranteed. So if we were, you know, oral buyer agency is open-ended, but let's say we enter into an exclusive buyer agency agreement. You may decide, you know, having a buyer's agency agreement for 6 months is too long. You might decide, look, we're going to do this for a month, because it doesn't take many showings to tell if you have a serious buyer or not, or if somebody's just out there kicking tires. Again, there are professional lookers out there,
Yeah.
people that will call agents just to go out and look at pretty properties, look at pretty homes. It's been my experience. It doesn't take me long to figure out who's serious and who's not.
Okay. And what happens? How often do you have those moments where you're just wasting your time? Like, can I be in a contract with someone written, an exclusive one, and I decide, you know what, you're bullshit, and like I don't, I don't want to do this anymore. Can I null and void the contract?
Can you, the individual agent, null and void your agency agreement?
My firm can, not me.
So that would be up to your firm. If we're going to let this buyer go, that would be up to your firm. So you'd have to go to your BIC. This person isn't serious. I want out. What are we going to do? You'd have to go with your BIC. You, the individual, no.
Right. And you said typically another thing was how long do we have these contracts? Do we automatically sign contracts for a year, or does it
No,
vary?
it's up to your firm. So your firm, and it might be up to the market, you know, might be up according to the market. It could vary from buyer to buyer. I could do a buyer's agency agreement for a day, a weekend, 6 months, right? It could just be case by case, but it's all negotiable. It's all that fill in the blank.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Other Brittany.
We're giving you some trouble. Brittany's giving you some trouble today.
Brittany's are giving me troubles today. No, you guys are great.
Yes.
You had just mentioned something, and it made me think, is there a way, if they're not serious, that you can say, can I see a pre-approval before I show you?
And
X
that's
property?
one way to determine how serious they are, because I'm not going to show you property until you talk to a lender,
Okay.
right? Because there's a difference in what you can afford versus what you think you can afford. So
Right.
I'm not showing you property until you get that pre-approval. And if you're dragging your feet on getting that pre-approval, my little red flag just went up. I'm like, if Brittany was really, if either of my Brittany's were really serious about, I'm going to pick on you guys right back. So if either of my Brittany's were really serious about buying, they would have talked to a lender 3 days ago when I told them to. But the fact is, they said, no, I haven't done it yet, but I really still want to go look at properties this weekend. Well, I want to show you properties this weekend, but I'm not going to do it until you've talked to that lender. And if you're not going to make that call, that's one good indication I have of whether you're serious or not. Does that make sense? That's my first red flag. Guys, with these tire kickers, professional lookers, that's why we do open houses. Let them go open housing on Sunday. That's what they're for. Do any of you ever go open housing for fun? Couple of you? Consider it now. It's a great way for you guys to start learning your market, learning your inventory. We are coming into the spring market, so open house season is coming back around. So just consider it. You guys promise me when you go into an open house, be honest with the agent. Don't go in there acting like a super serious buyer if you're not, right? Right? Just tell them I'm in pre-licensing and I want to see what the inside of this house looks like. They'll appreciate that.
Okay, question. I remember. So is it best practice, as soon as we sit down, like you said, we have consultations with them, is it best practice to always just go straight for to sign the documents? Now, what if, like, why would you allow yourself to just do an oral one versus a written one? Like, what signs we should look for that means that, maybe we should slow down and just let them do oral before we switch them over to written? I guess that's kind of like where I'm at.
The commission allows us to work with a buyer under an oral agreement at first because it takes time to build that trust, to build that rapport, to build that relationship. And some buyers are hesitant. Some buyers are cautious, right? Maybe they've had a poor experience in the past, or maybe they know somebody that's had a poor experience. So if it's in your practice to work with a buyer under an oral agreement, then you're building that trust, you're building that relationship, you're letting the buyer see. It's kind of like a free look, right? You're letting the buyer see that you are providing them OLCAR, that you have that fiduciary, that you have their best interest. And as you build that trust, then they're going to be more apt to sign. Now, if your firm doesn't allow oral buyer agency, or if you choose not to do oral buyer agency, then you may hand them the pen and they may look at you and say, I just met you, I'm not signing this. And if that's your policy, then your response is, awesome, it was nice meeting you guys. When you are ready to sign, let me know, right? If that's how you're going to conduct your business, or how your firm tells you to conduct your business, you're not doing anything until it gets it signed. But again, you guys, don't put your cart in front of your horse. Don't be thinking about what you're going to do just yet and how you're going to handle these situations. I got to get your license first before you worry about that. Does that make sense? So can you offer oral buyer agency? Yeah. But oftentimes, like I said, buyers are just a little bit more cautious. They're a little bit more hesitant. But if it's not in your practice, if it's not in your firm's practice, then you need to be okay with saying, well, if you're not going to sign, then I'm not going to continue. And they look at you kind of funny and they say, oh, okay. And either they sign or they don't, right? One thing we're going to learn in fair housing, and you're going to hear me say a lot, what you do for one, you do for all. So as you're setting up your practice, as you're setting up how you conduct your business, keep that in mind as well. If that's your policy, then by golly, that is your policy. Everybody with me? Or your firm's policy. And again, you guys, I know oral buyer agency just doesn't set well with us. Why would I do the work if I'm not guaranteed the pay? But nothing is guaranteed. I could be with a buyer I could have a property listed, but there's no guarantee it's going to sell. Just because I'm working with a buyer, there's no guarantees that I'm going to help them buy. I'm going to put my best effort forward. I'm going to do everything I possibly can, but there are no guarantees. And that, to leave you to go on break, that is the dark side of real estate right there. It is what it is, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's take 10. We're back. Cameras are on. Coming on. I am taking attendance. And next section here. We are going to switch gears. We're going to start working with sellers, and we're going to talk about the different things that are different working with sellers. So specifically, we're going to talk about several different types of listing agreements. We have different types of listing agreements. We're going to focus on the one that we use the most often, but we do need to discuss the other ones. We're also going to talk about Sherman Antitrust Act and how that impacts our fees, how that impacts the firm's fees. So we're going to talk about how our brokerage fees are the firm's policy. We're not going to actively compete with other brokerages for our commission or for what we charge, what the firm charges. So again, switching gears just a bit, and we're going to represent sellers. We're going to put on our listing agent hat, and we're going to discuss about the various things working with sellers. And to have this conversation, understand that there are several different types of listing agreements out there. So in looking at these different types of listing agreements, the first one that we have is something called an open listing. Could also be referred to as a non-exclusive listing. What's non-exclusive? Tell me.
More than one.
Non-exclusive tells me that the seller can hire more than one firm. They could hire multiple people to sell their property. The one that's going to get paid is the one that brings the buyer. So if you don't bring the buyer, you do not get paid. And guess what? With these, the seller retains the right to sell it themselves. So they hire 2 or more firms. The only one that's going to get paid is the one that brings the buyer. But if the seller brings the buyer, then they don't have to pay anybody. So they only pay to the one that finds the buyer, no compensation to others. Now you guys simmer down. I see the steam coming out your ears. I see you boiling. I see you. Simmer down. Take a big deep breath with me. Many MLSs no longer allow this type of listing agreement. Many of our MLSs, and I can tell you, Triad, Canopy, and High Country do not allow. Remember life before the internet? Some of you have no idea what I speak of. Some of you remember life before the internet. And if you can remember life before the internet, advertising was a little bit harder, right? We had to go print media. We had to go flyers and what was that publication called? The real estate book. Do y'all remember that? You could put your listing in the real estate book. And before the internet, open listings were a lot more popular because the seller liked the reach, the seller liked the exposure. Now that we have the internet, you put their listing in the MLS and it is fed to thousands of websites. And I did not make that number up. It is fed to thousands of websites. So the reach, the exposure is pretty much the same, no matter who you list it with. So it's still out there. Obviously, we're talking about it. But if you see it, I bet you it'd be more in a rural area, not like the Triad, Triangle, Charlotte, that kind of thing. Many MLSs do not allow this, but it's still out there. So an open listing, seller hires more than one firm. The one gets paid is the one if they bring the buyer. You don't bring the buyer, you don't get paid. Another type of listing agreement we have is something called an exclusive agency listing. Now, how many firms do we have? Exclusive tells me just one. We're getting better, right? But in an exclusive agency listing, the seller could still compete. So if the seller sells the listing, no matter if they're the ones that bring the buyer an exclusive agency agreement, then they don't have to pay the firm. These are allowed in MLSs, but I have never seen an exclusive agency listing, an exclusive agency agreement out in the wild. I've never ever seen one. So no matter where the buyer comes from, you're going to get paid unless the buyer sells it themselves. Whether or not you can do these is just going to be up to the firm. And guys, you know that the trick with these is proving who brought the buyer. Let's say, for example, you have this listing and you have your yard sign in the front yard. It has your name, it has the firm's name, contact information. It says this house is for sale. Your seller is in the front yard on Saturday mowing the yard. And somebody stops by and says, hey, I see your house is for sale. Can you tell me about it? Who sold that house, you or the seller? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Can we see where the conflict could be? Can we see where the argument could be? So there are risks with these. The seller could say, well, I did it because I was the one to talk to. Well, they would have never stopped if they didn't see my sign, right? So it would just come down to they'd have to figure it out. The firm and the seller would have to figure it out. But that's the risk or the disadvantage with these, is proving who sold it, who not. So again, it's out there, but I've never seen one in use. If you use one, it's going to be up to your firm. So we had our open listing, we have our exclusive agency listing. So what's the one we like? The one we like is the exclusive right to sell. Exclusive telling us how many firms? Just one. And guess what else it says? You get paid no matter where the buyer comes from. Did you bring the buyer? Did the seller bring the buyer? Did somebody else bring the buyer? You get paid no matter where the buyer comes from. And this is the one that we use the most often. This is the one that most of your firms will use, again, pending a kind of different kind of situation. So exclusive tells us that it's only listed with one brokerage company and we're not competing with the seller. You get paid, you get paid, you get paid, no matter where the buyer comes from. In just a bit, we're going to look at our listing agreement. And specifically, this is the listing agreement that we're going to look at, the exclusive right to sell. So see the difference between the exclusive agency and the exclusive right to sell. The exclusive agency says how many firms? One firm. Exclusive right to sell is also exclusive, but I'm the only person, I'm the only entity that has the right to sell your home, to list and market your property. So the difference in the two is when the seller can avoid paying my commission or not. An exclusive right to sell, that right is exclusively mine, even above the seller's. Another type of listing that you may come across, and I'm stressing the word may, another type of listing you may come across is something called a net listing. Net listings aren't illegal yet. They're just not recommended. So with a net listing, basically the seller tells you how much they want to make, how much do they want to net. And then I'm free to list the home for any amount over that, where I walk away with the difference. So let's say the seller tells me they have to make 50,000 and I list the home. I know what I have to list the home for in order for them to pocket 50,000. But at some point I learned I could list the home for more than that. I could sell the home for more than that. So I'm going to list it for what I can. I'm going to give them their 50,000 and then I'm going to take the rest. Is there a conflict of interest there? If I can get my seller more than 50,000, doesn't OCAR say, I'm going to get you more than 50 if I can? So again, these things aren't illegal yet. They're just not recommended. This isn't best practice. Somebody's telling me they do it in Florida. Good for Florida. North Carolina, they are frowned upon. most of our firms that work with sellers, most of our listing firms are what's referred to as full service firms, which means we're going to put your listing in MLS. I'm going to put a combo box on the front door. I'm going to put a sign in the yard. I'm going to market and advertise your property. I'm going to offer all of the services. Another type of firm that's popping up, we're starting to see gain popularity, are limited service firms or limited service agreements. And with limited service agreements, we're limiting the services, not the duties. So in a limited service agreement, it's kind of like a la carte. Like, these are the services that my firm has available. You check the boxes of the ones you want. You want me to put it in MLS for you? I'm going to charge you X amount. You want me to put a for sale sign in your front yard? I'm going to charge you X amount. You want me to do an open house? I'm going to charge you an X amount. All of the services are a la carte, and the seller decides what services they want. But limited service doesn't limit the duties. I still owe you old car. We are still in an agency relationship. We're still in an agency agreement. I'm just not limiting the services. An example of where we see these, the seller that might use a limited service firm, maybe the investor that buys properties, flips it, and turns around and sells it. They sell more properties a year than some of us do. Really, all they need me for is advertising and marketing. Really, all they need me for is to put their listing in MLS. So they may hire the firm, the limited service firm, or they may hire the firm under a limited service agreement. Says, look, I just need you to put this in MLS. I know how to negotiate on my behalf. I know how to sell a house, but I want to use your pre-printed forms and I want you to put it in MLS. Just an example, understanding any seller could agree to use a limited service firm. And guys, names matter. And we can't be running around town. I'm going to tell you why in a second, actually, but we can't be running around town bad-mouthing other real estate firms. I got a reason why in just a second. Be careful about what you say. These are not discount brokers. What does that imply? What does a discount broker imply?
Cheap.
Cheap. They're not discount brokers. They are still giving you, the seller, old car. You're still getting those duties. You're still in first class. It's just the services that you get, you're selecting. It's an a la carte service. Group boycotting. Be on alert for that. We're going to talk about that in just a second. Yeah, Brittany, that's exactly what we're referring to. See that conflict of interest there? So limited service, we're limiting the services, not the duties. As a listing firm, how do you earn a commission? Well, there it is. We got to have a current active license. If you want to earn a commission as a listing firm, I got to have a valid listing agreement. Exclusive agency, exclusive right to sell, whichever one your firm wants to use. And then some way or another, you need to be the one to procure that ready, willing, and able buyer. Maybe you're bringing the buyer. Maybe an agent with another firm is bringing the buyer. Maybe the seller's bringing the buyer. Maybe the seller goes to work and they're in the break room and they mention to their coworkers that their house is for sale. And a coworker says, oh my gosh, I've loved your neighborhood. I would love to live in your neighborhood. Can I buy your house? Under an exclusive right to sell, you're still going to get paid, even though, could we not agree with that the seller just sold their own house? But with an exclusive right to sell, you're still going to get paid because the buyer, you procured that ready, willing, and able buyer. And now that we've procured them, we're going to put them under contract. So I have an acceptable offer. And remember, there's a difference in when I earn my commission versus when I actually get paid. So we're kind of seeing a theme here, right? You want to get paid, you got to have a current and active license. You have to be in an agency agreement, and you got to connect the parties. Just because you present an offer doesn't mean it's going to be accepted. So Sherman's Antitrust Act, or just the Antitrust Act, is not specific to real estate. However, there are some points of the Antitrust Act that are specific to real estate. And one of the points that is specific to the Antitrust Act is our commission, specifically price fixing. The Antitrust Act says that the commission that the firm charges is determined by the firm. It's not determined by the local MLS. It's not determined by the North Carolina Real Estate Commission or North Carolina Realtors, National Association of Realtors. The firm sets their own commission. The firm decides how much they expect to collect when they sell your house or when they help you buy a house. And that all falls under the Antitrust Act of no price fixing. Price fixing is when competitors get together and agree to all charge the same amount. Like we've been saying, you guys, words matter. So your firm will tell you what they expect to collect when you list and sell this property. They will tell you what they expect to collect when you assist a buyer in purchasing a property. When you're at your listing appointment, the conversation of commission is going to come up. If the seller doesn't bring it up, you need to. So the conversation of commission is going to come up. And the seller may look at you and ask, what do you charge? What does your firm charge? How much are you going to charge me to sell my house? And how you respond to that matters. You need to be very, very careful. Never look at a seller or a buyer. Never look at somebody and say, all of us charge X amount. You've just engaged in price fixing. Your response to that question is, my firm charges X amount, or my firm's policy is to charge X amount. We need to be clear that the commission is established by the firm. We haven't all come together and agreed on a commission. So you guys, whether you know it or not, you've been trying to bait me. How much? How much is the firm going to charge? How much is the referral fee? How much? How much? And you guys noticed I haven't said a specific amount ever, have I? Why? Because I don't know what your firm's policy is going to charge for referral fees. I don't know what your firm's policy is going to allow you to charge working with a seller, working with a buyer. You can only know that once you affiliate with your firm, once you get with your firms. Everybody good with that? Back to that listing appointment. So you look at the seller and you say, my firm has a policy of charging X amount. There's a good chance that the next question that falls out of your seller's mouth is going to be, is your commission negotiable? And again, how you respond to that is up to your firm's policy. Is that amount negotiable? Do you have wiggle room for negotiation? I don't know. It's up to your firm's policies. Everybody hear me? Words matter, you guys. Never look at them and say, well, everybody in the triad charges the same. We know that. Nope, you just engaged in price fixing. And I'll share with you guys, price fixing was what started this whole NAR settlement thing to begin with. It kind of domino effect. But if we were to go back to day one, it was price fixing. It's what started this whole thing to begin with. So just make sure, especially now that we're in the throes of this thing, just make sure that you are using your words. Just make sure that you're properly disclosing who is charging the commission, who sets the commission. Questions on price fixing? The other thing that Sherman tells us we can't do, we have a duty to avoid group boycotting. Group boycotting is when we come together and attempt to drive somebody else out of the business. So remember that limited service firm? If we run around referring to them as discount brokers, aren't we trying to imply that they're not as good as the others? Isn't it an indirect way to drive them out of the business? Do not call them discount brokers because they're not. They are limited service. Let's say you're working with a buyer, you're a buyer's agent, and your buyer has a home inspection, and it's not a good home inspection report. It's just not good. It's not thorough. Maybe the home inspector had a bad day. I don't know. Do you guys ever have a bad day? Sometimes we have bad days, you know? Maybe the home inspector had a bad day. Maybe they didn't. That's just how they do their business. So you have a bad home inspection. I can choose, as the broker, I can choose not to recommend that home inspector going forward. I can take them off of my preferred vendor list, right? That's my choice. What I can't do is go into the office and say, all right, y'all, none of us are going to use this home inspector ever again. Everybody on board with me? Everybody agree? We've just engaged in, I attempted to bring us together and attempt to drive this home inspector out. And that's what we have to avoid. You can make the personal choice, but we can't try to come together to drive this person out of business. Trust me, y'all, if this really is a bad home inspector, they will drive themselves out of business. They do not need your help. So avoiding group boycotting. In other words, we can't run around talking bad about other people. Just kind of makes sense in general, right? So again, Sherman Antitrust Act is much deeper, much more involved than that. But these are the two pieces that relate to real estate. Questions on price fixing or group boycotting? So may a firm refuse to negotiate the rate of the commission it charges to the seller of a listing of a property? Can the firm refuse to negotiate their commission? Yeah, if that's their policy. Does that make sense? As long as it's their policy, if their policy says we're charging X amount, period, every single time, remember, what you do for one, you do for all. So if that's your policy, there's no wiggle room to our commission whatsoever, then yes, the firm can refuse to negotiate. If they do engage in negotiations for their commission, they'll have policies that say how much wiggle room can we allow? Most firms will allow to negotiate for commission for various situations, various circumstances. What if you have an investor call you, for example, they call you and say, I'm an investor and this year I want to add to my portfolio by buying 12 properties. Can you help me buy 12 properties this year? Yeah, I sure can. You know what the next question out of their mouth is going to be? Can you negotiate your commission on those 12 policies? Or on those 12 properties? Can you negotiate helping me buy or sell? And how you respond to that is up to your firm's policy. Wouldn't it be nice if they allowed you to negotiate so you can get those 12 closings? You may not get the full commission, but isn't something on 12 closings better than nothing at all? So again, how much negotiation do you have? How much wiggle room do you have is going to depend on your firm's policy. They tell you the parameters. And I'm telling you, most firms will allow you to negotiate, just part of doing business. And because it's the firm's policy, this is not going to violate the Antitrust Act. What the Antitrust Act is says that we can't come together. The real estate commission doesn't get involved with commission. The North Carolina Realtors, the National Association of Realtors doesn't get involved in commission. It's all determined by the firm. I had a teammate earlier this year. He had, it was the a younger couple and her parents. And they came to him and said, we both own a house. We both want to sell our house, and the four of us want to buy a house together. That's 3 transactions, 2 listings and a sale. Are we going to work with them? Are we going to help them out? Could our negotiation be flexible? Because we know we got more than one. Does that make sense? So these are examples of things that we might do, things that we might work with, we might negotiate our commission. By the way, we've sold one of the homes, we've bought one, we're just waiting to sell the other one. So we've moved forward, we proceeded with them, and we're almost done. But guys, that was 3 transactions just from that one phone call. These are times that we say we might be able to work with our commission. We might be able to work with the people because we want that business. That's 3 units I'll be able to tack on this year. Does that make sense? Now, if my firm said, nope, we're not going to negotiate, they may go to somebody else. Maybe they'll work with us, maybe they won't. Questions about price fixing, Sherman, our commission?
I have a question.
Yes.
I don't know. I guess so. I don't necessarily think it goes with what we're on, but I do want to know. So, say I'm with whatever firm. I'm with blah 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 firm, right?
ABC.
C firm, and then say even though I'm with the firm, can I sell outside of my firm, or do I have to sell I have to do all my business under
You have an independent contractor agreement with your firm that says all business will run through you.
So if I want to invest in become an investor myself, then I still have to do it through my firm. I can't.
You have an independent contract agreement that says all business will go through the firm. Now, is your firm going to work with you? Are they going to cut you a break? Quite possibly, but that independent contract agreement says you're going to run all business through the firm. How long does the contract like our agency agreements? Where are you? Let me see. Yeah, your agency agreements, that's negotiable. So a lot of it might depend on the market. You know, a lot of it might depend on the buyer's wants or the seller's needs. But how long we have our agency agreement, and we need to be fair. Like y'all never get somebody to sign a 4-year listing agreement. Is that fair to the consumer? Not at all. Not at all. So, you know, it could be 4 months, 6 months, 8 months, whatever, right? But it's all going to be negotiable. We're getting a little bit further into listing agents working with sellers. But one thing I'm always going to look at before I list a property is average days on market. How long is it taking the average broker to sell a house in this neighborhood right now? And if my average days on market is 2 months, I'm probably not going to take a 3-month agreement, right? I'm going to want a little bit more time because I got to market and advertise it. So market conditions can affect how long your firm may have a policy. Your firm may say we're not taking anything under 5 months, for example, right? So it's all that negotiable, that negotiations. As mentioned, since we're here, another big thing that comes up with sellers is your commission. So let's talk about, we talked about your commission, but now let's look at figures. Let's talk about how much you're going to get paid.
Oh.
This is the fun math.
Question.
What was that, Brittany? I'm sorry.
I was going to say, and it doesn't matter if they're going through a lender or if it's a cash buy, regardless, the commission's commission. It doesn't matter how they're paying, though, correct?
Correct. I don't care where the buyer's getting the money. My job is to sell the house. So if they have the cash or if they're getting a lender, they have still bought the house. They've still bought the property. So to get us into commission, we first need to be reminded of a slide that we've seen. Because when we get into commission math, these are the practice problems you were going to see that we really, going to start seeing the selling firm and the listing firm. So again, we've seen this before, but just make sure that we can see those ings. The selling firm or the selling broker is the one working with the buyer. It's the activity, it's the verb. The listing firm or the listing broker is the one working with the seller. So we're going to look at commission, and we're going to see how that commission is divvied between the firms. And this is where they're really going to start giving the ings, the selling and the listing. Any questions so far on the ings? So to do commission, I don't really focus too much on a T-bar with commission, which is weird, right? Because y'all know how much I love the T-bar, right? We're going to use the T-bar, but I'm not going to focus on it. When we're doing commission math, we're going to focus more on the commission map, MAP. The commission map allows me to see how the commission is going to be divvied. So let me give you guys just a second to jot this down quickly because I want you to use this as your guide as we're doing commission math, as we're learning commission. So take a second and jot it down so you have your cheat sheet in front of you, and then we're going to talk about what all this means. So with commission problems, first off, they're all worded a little bit differently. You're not going to see one that's the same as the one before. So when it comes to commission math, it's practice. It's exposure to the different ways they can be worded. So the commission map is just a guide, but it allows us to see how this money is split. It allows us to see how this is going to be divvied up. So based on what the problem tells you, at the top, we may have the total commission. We may start with the sales price and then be told how to find the total commission or the side. So we start at the top with the total and or sales price, and then we're going to somehow divvy that between the two sides, the side working with the buyer and the side working with the seller. It doesn't, and it isn't often, it doesn't always have to be a 50-50 split. But what we do need to make sure is that the selling side plus the listing side equals the total. So it could be a 30-70 split. It could be a 60-40 split. It could be a 50-50 split. But the map allows me to see that the selling side plus the listing side equals the total. And the problem will have to tell you the splits because there is no standard. There is no average because of Sherman. So the problem will have to tell you the splits. The listing side is going to get X amount. The selling side is going to get X amount. Once the side gets paid, then the side is going to be split between the firm and the broker. And again, Maybe this is a 50-50 split, maybe it's not. But we need the side or the firm and the agent's commission to equal the sides. So if the firm's getting 30%, the broker's getting 70%, then that'll total the selling side. So using the map kind of allows me to make sure that that money is flowing from the top down to the appropriate party. It also allows me to focus on, because the question's going to ask you, how much did the selling agent get, or how much did the listing firm get? So it allows me to see where I want to end. It allows me to see how I go from top to bottom. As you can imagine, these are multi-step problems, which means we're going to have to do several calculations. And a good rule of thumb, when you are starting at the top, when they give you sales price or commission, and they ask you for the agents, we're starting at the top and we're working our way down. And a good rule of thumb, when we're working down the commission map, the steps that we take to get there are multiply. So how do I go from the first tier to the second tier? I got to multiply something. How do I go from the second tier to the third tier? I got to multiply something. Maybe you find the T-bar helpful in that. We'll see it worked out both ways. If you're using the T-bar, you're using a couple different T-bars. Each time you come down a tier, it requires a new T-bar. I don't think you'll see it on your test, but you may see it in practice problems. They may give you, for example, this is what the listing broker got. And the question is, what is the total commission? So now, the question wants to know total commission. So now in that case, you would be working up the map. And if you're working up the map, the steps you take to get there, what's the opposite of multiply? Now we are dividing. So using the map, again, I think mostly what you're going to see is working down to multiply. But in the event you come across a practice question or something, you might be asked to work up. If we're working up the map, we're going to divide. Again, multiple steps, multiple T-bars. So the commission map is just that. It maps out our commission. It allows us to see how it's going to be split between the sides. And then once the side has it, it allows us to see how it's going to be split between the firm and the broker. I encourage you guys to start with the map. Maybe in time you can leave it, but I do encourage you to at least start with it. Fast forward all these years, I still use the commission map. I fill out the worksheet for how much my agents are going to get paid. Remember, I'm old school. So when it comes time for me to pay my agent, the first thing I do is pick up my pen and my blank piece of paper and I map it out. I think all of you, once you get affiliated, once you work with your firm, all of you need to know how to calculate your commission. Once they tell you how much they expect to collect, and once they tell you what your cut is or your portion of it, all of you need to know how to calculate your own commission. Guys, your admins are great. Your admins make your world go round, but your admins are also human. And sometimes humans make mistakes. So if you have a second set of eyes on it, if you can verify it, got a better chance for making sure it's right. I remember many, many, many years ago when I was doing agents commissions, and I actually had a worksheet. When they went under contract, I would do a worksheet and I would hand it to them and I'd say, look at it and let me know that you're good with this before it closes, because if I made a mistake, I want to get it corrected. And it blew my mind how many agents would look at me and say, oh, Julie, I trust you. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. But can Julie make mistakes? You better believe she does. Guys, ain't nobody gonna look after your money like you. So know how to calculate your commissions. And when you don't have the same number that your admin does, then go to them and say, I got something different. Is everybody Is everybody good with that? Please don't be like my agents and trust your admin too much. They make mistakes. All right, any questions on the map? Do we all have this in front of us? In front of us where we can take a look at it? Hang on just 1 second. I got to get out of this just for 1 second. And I'm going to pull me up a whiteboard. So we can see what we're looking at here. So we're going to work through one together. We're going to work through one together. And then of course I got practice for you guys as well. And then you have practice in Learn, Test, Pass. So let's see what we got. First thing we're going to do is just read. A property is listed for sale at $345,000. The purchase contract outlines a sales price of $340,000. The seller paid the listing broker 3% and agreed to pay the buyer's broker's 3% commission. The listing broker splits commission 50-50 with their brokerage. The selling broker splits commission 70-30. How much compensation did each broker earn? First off, a rule of thumb. When you see firm and broker commission stated as such 70-30, for example, the first one belongs to the broker. The first number belongs to the broker. So when we see 70-30, what I'm saying is the broker's getting 70% and the firm's going to keep 30. So please make a note of that. When you see commission split 50-50, 70-30, 60-40, the first number belongs to you. So we've read the problem, and in my mind, my formula is the map. So now that I've read the problem, I'm going to start taking the information from the problem and mapping it out. Before I ever touch a calculator, I'm going to map it out so I can see where I need to start at the top and where I need to wind up at the bottom. So I got a property listed for sale for $345,000. What's that $345,000 mean for me? What's that do for me? Do I care what it's listed for? We want to know what it sells for. So right out the gate, there's your first distraction. Math problems love distractions. Guess what? Commission problems really love distractions. So being familiar with the map helps us better understand what's a distraction and what's not. I don't care what it was listed for. We get paid off of the sales price. So the top of my map, I have a sales price of 340. That 340, the commission is going to get divvied between the sides. So I have the selling side getting 3%, and I have the listing side getting 3%. So we take that and we're going to divvy it between the sides. Once we divvy it between the sides, then we're going to split it again. And now I'm going to divvy the listing side between the firm and the broker, and the listing side between the firm and the broker. So on each side now I have firm and broker, firm and broker. The listing side splits theirs 50-50 with their brokers. The selling side splits theirs 70-30 with the first number going to the broker. So we split it 70-30, 50-50. I haven't even touched a calculator yet, but what I've done is taken the information from the problem and I mapped it out. It allowed me to see where this money's flowing. It allowed me to see how this money is going to happen. So now we get to start using our math. Now we get to start calculating, touching our T-bar if you want. So we're going to start at the top. I don't know, I mean, I know total commission, but I also know each side. So if I draw out my T-bar, the rate or percent always goes where? Rate or percent always goes in the bottom right. My commission is smaller than the sales price. So I know my commission goes on top, sales price goes bottom left. Whether you're a fan of the T-bar or not, to go down to this first tier, we take the purchase price times 3%. And that gives me commission of 10,200, which means the selling side gets 10,200, the listing side gets 10,200. 3% of the sales price. What we've done so far, what we've done thus far, is figured out how much each side is getting. And what I mean by that, once it closes, once it's a done deal, the attorney will issue the firm a check for $10,200. The firm will get a check for $10,200. Questions on that 3%? Questions on that first tier? Now we got to figure out of that $10,200, how much is each broker going to get. So we'll start with the selling side because that's the side that's first. We know the firm has collected 10,200. We know of that 10,200, the broker is going to get 70%. Where's my rate or percent always go? It always goes in the bottom right. Now I'm looking at the broker's commission as part of the firm's commission. So remember, T-bar 101 taught us the small number on top, the big number in the bottom left. So now we're talking about my commission as the part and the side's commission as the whole. And again, the steps we're taking to go down the commission map are to multiply. So whether you're using the T-bar or not, we're going to multiply the side's commission times what the broker is going to get, 70%, which tells us that this selling agent, when they sell this house, the broker will get a commission of $7,140. Yeah.
You had told us originally that the first number goes to the firm, the 70%.
I'm sorry. Did I say the firm? Erase that. The first number goes to the broker. I'm so sorry. Everybody hear me? Everybody look up. Acknowledge me. The first number goes to the broker. I apologize. So 70-30 split, the broker's getting the 70. You can put yourself in the shoes of this problem. Whose commission do you care about? You care about yours, right? So yours is first. Thank you, Brittany.
You actually said it right. I wrote it wrong.
Either way, it's a good point to clarify. The first number belongs to you. So I got my selling broker getting $7,140 because they got 70% of the side. Now we got to figure out what the listing broker is going to get. So again, you want to use a T-bar, great. If not, you don't have to. But to set it up, we know that rate or percent always goes here. We are solving for my commission. The steps I'm taking to get there are to multiply. So the side got 10,200. Even with a whiteboard, I'm running out of room. So I say 10,200 times 50%, which has this agent getting $5,100. I'm getting ready to put this where we can all see it. 5,100. So how much is each broker getting? I've got my selling broker getting 71,040. I got my listing broker getting 5,100. We start at the top and we worked our way down, and how we worked our way down, the steps that we took to get there were to multiply. So if you're not sure, just start multiplying something and see if it makes sense, see if it helps. But we're going to start at the top with the big picture, with the total, and we're going to narrow it down to the individual broker, individual firm. The map allows us to see how this is going to be split up, how this is going to be divvied. Questions so far? Some firms may throw in a transaction fee. You may have a franchise fee. There's other things that could be involved here. It's just up to the firm. This is just kind of the very broad, very big picture of it to help us learn. Questions before I erase my map? Okay, I'm erasing. Going once, going twice. Everybody good? Okay. Let's take a break. And when we come back, we'll let you guys do some commission problems. So let's take 10. Back. Camera's back on. We're taking attendance. Y'all have your calculators. Just jump right in it. Use your map. Once you guys tell me in a private chat, A, B, C, or D, or actually 1, 2, 3, or 4. About 30 more seconds and then we'll talk about it. See what we got here. So I got licensee listed property for 275. Buyer and seller agreed a $280,000 sales price. Seller agrees to pay 3% commission to the selling agent. How much will the selling agent receive with a 70-30 commission split? So we've read the problem, and before we ever do anything, the first thing I recommend doing is just mapping out what you have. I got a list price and I got a sales price. Which one do I care about? I can see your mouth move. Which one do I care about? Sales price. The list price is your distraction. Everybody good with that? There's a difference in what the list price is for versus what it actually sells for. And our commission is generally a percentage of the sales price. So I got a sales price of 280,000. I got a 3% commission to the selling side. I don't know much about the listing side in this case, do I? But do I need to? No. So I'm just going to focus on the side I care about. So I know the selling side is getting a 3% commission. And once the side gets paid, then that commission would be divvied between the firm and the broker, the first number belonging to the broker. So we got the broker at 70%. We got the firm at 30%. I haven't even touched a calculator yet. Can we agree that word problems are tricky because of the words, right? Like we don't read math, we do math, right? So if we can take this word problem and put it into a visual, put it into something that we can work with, that's much easier than reading the problem. So the commission map is just taking what we've read and put it into something we can work with. It puts it into a math-esque problem. So I'm a big fan of the map because it allows us to see how it's going to go. The other reason, before I continue, the other reason I'm really good, big fan of the map, when you guys get going on practicing these, you're going to see a bunch of information, for example, about the listing side, and it's going to tell you what the listing broker is going to get and how much the listing side is going to get. With these, always focus on what the problem is asking you. And if I'm looking for the selling agent or the selling broker, do I care whatsoever about the listing side? So just by knowing what the problem is asking me, focusing on that, focusing on where I want to wind up on my map, that's another way to eliminate distractions. So they give you a bunch of information about the listing side. I don't care because all I care about is who the listing or the selling broker is going to get. Everybody with me? Are we a fan of the map yet? Anybody yet? Cool. Don't worry, I'll get you. If not, just try it. Just try it if you haven't. So we've got it mapped out. We now have this in a math-esque problem that I can work with. So the first step, the first tier is going to be to figure out how much the side gets. So if you want to use a T-bar, great. If not, then we're just going to multiply. So now I got 3%. What I'm looking for is 3% of the sales price. Solving for the side. So the up-down line in the T-bar tells me to multiply times 3%. So then we get a side commission of $8,400. So how much is the firm how much is the firm going to collect? In this case, they're going to get $8,400. Step one. Now that we know what the side's getting, I need to split that again. Now we're going to split it between what the firm will retain and what they will give their broker. So in this case, it's a 70-30 split. Now that I know what the side's getting, I can use another T-bar if you wish. We're looking at the side's commission to find the broker's commission. We're going to take 70% of the side. So the up-down line tells me to multiply. So we'll say 8,400 times 70% gives me a brokerage, or gives my broker a commission of $5,880. How much are you paying your agent? Or how much are you going to get? Whatever shoes you want to wear, I don't care. But how much is the selling agent broker going to get? They will get $5,880. You pay the side first, and then you pay the broker in the firm. Questions? Is anybody considering commercial? Anybody going into commercial? A couple of you? Cool. Commercial firms, commercial brokers might be paid a little bit differently than residential. What we're looking at here is pretty much a residential problem. Don't need to know that, but commercial firms tend to pay their brokers a little bit differently. And they're going to pay their brokers using something called a graduated commission. Jot that down for me. Graduated commission. Is everybody good with what's up here? Can I erase? Can I erase? Okay. Graduated commission is calculated just a little bit differently. And what makes it all the more fun is I don't really have a formula for graduated commission. So to calculate graduated commission, y'all plug your noses because I'm getting ready to throw you into the deep end. Everybody ready? We're just going to look at one and do it together and see what we mean by this graduated commission. So the first thing we're going to do is just read the problem. A commercial property sells for $8.5 million. The seller agreed to pay 5% on the first $2 million, 3% on the next $2 million, and 2% on the remainder, on any amount after that. How much commission did the listing broker earn? So instead of doing the commission map, because our commission is coming from several different places, it's X amount for the first million, X amount for the next, X amount is kind of broken down into different layers. So to do graduated commission, the formula, if you need to, we're going to start with the sales price, which in this case is, 8.5, there it is, 8.5 million. So we're going to start with the sales price. And then per the terms of the problem, we're going to start deducting. And from the sales price, the problem tells us that we're going to look at the first 2 million. And then we're going to look at the next 2 million. And then we have an amount over that, an amount on the remainder. So when I take 8.5 million, I deduct 2 million, I deduct 2 million. The remainder, or the amount is left, is 4.5. So we just took that 8.5, we took that sales price, and we deducted the first 2 million. We deducted the next 2 million. And then the remainder we discovered was 4.5 million. Back to the problem. It's got to tell you this information. And it tells me on the first 2 million, you're going to get 5%. On the next 2 million, you're going to get 3%. And then any amount after that, you're going to get 2%. So now we can calculate. 5% of 2 million is 100,000. 2%, I'm sorry, 3% on 2 million is 60,000. And then 4.5 million times 2% is 90,000. And then all we have to do is add all that up. So how much, and that should say how much is the firm going to get, but how much is the firm going to collect? When we sell this property for 8.5 million, the firm is going to collect 250,000. We're graduating that commission. So the problem will have to tell you the sales price. It'll have to tell you the tiers, the different levels. And then we just need to calculate. And I think the trick to this is figuring out what the remainder is. What's the difference, that 4.5 million. And now that we have that, if the problem had gone on, then we can take that firm's commission, that side's commission of 250,000 and divvy it up between the firm and the broker. Graduated commission. You do have a little bit of practice in your books, but most of your practice for the math is going to come learn, test, pass. And remember, you guys, 5% of your exams are math. So that should help you determine how much of your time you're spending on math. Everybody hearing me? Questions on graduated commission? Now, before we looked at this, I asked you how many of you were considering commercial, and 2 hands went up. But now, after looking at the numbers, is anybody else thinking about dropping residential and moving to commercial? Hang on, before you give up residential and switch to commercial, guys, understand commercial is a lot more involved. There's a lot more in depth. A residential transaction, I could do contract to closing in 30, 45 days. Commercial contract to closing, you could be looking at a year. You could be looking at 3. Commercial transactions are just a lot longer. They take more time. There's more involved. Yes, the money's bigger because typically speaking, the money to buy an industrial warehouse is more than a single family residential. But again, it's just more time. The process is just a lot longer. I'm not telling you not to do commercial. You just got to weigh out your options. You could do both. Go nuts, do it all. Your license allows you to conduct any brokerage activity within the state of North Carolina. So could you do both? If your firm allows you, go nuts. Yes, ma'am. Hey, Leanna.
Oh, basically you just answered my question. I was like, can you can you do commercial and residential at the same time?
Sure. If your firm allows.
Okay.
Because I hear you. It's going to take me 3 years to close this $8.5 million deal. So maybe I need to do a couple residential transactions in between. But guys, it's that reasonable skill, care, and diligence. I know these figures look really good, but if you've never done commercial, if you don't have any commercial experience and you're not willing to learn, that's the key. Is everybody hearing me? You're not willing to learn the process. You don't want to learn all that just to do one commercial transaction for your buddy that wants to buy this $8.5 million. Your best bet might be to refer it. If you're willing to learn it, go for it. But if you're not, and that's the difference, that's that reasonable skill, care, and diligence. Questions on the commission math? Can I erase? Everybody have it? So additional math practice can be found in Learn, Test, Pass. As you guys work through the Unit 3 materials, you're going to come across it. Just let me know if I can help. Anything you're stuck on, I'm always available to help. Just let me know. Moving on. In this next section, we're going to kind of go through that listing appointment. We're going to talk about the information we need when I'm going to list a property for sale. How can I get that information? And then the second piece of math that comes up in this section We're gonna help the seller determine what they're gonna make when you sell their house. Do you think that's a common question? Seller look at you and says, when you sell my house, how much am I gonna get? Do you think that comes up? Well, yeah, because what's the seller care about? Their money. So we got to help them figure out, first off, we want to make sure that they can afford to sell, that they're not underwater. But we're also going to help them determine their money, help them determine their net. Before we do that, though, let's first get you ready. And let's get you ready for this listing appointment. Please keep in mind going into this discussion that how you get the listing is going to vary from seller to seller to seller. Some sellers are going to call you and they're going to say, you were recommended to me by somebody and I want to hire you to list my home. Awesome. When can I come over? When can we do this? Other sellers may call you and say, I want to sell my home, but I'm talking to a couple different brokers. I'm talking to a couple different firms, in which case you're in a competitive listing appointment. Other sellers may call you and say, I want to talk to you about listing my home, but they don't tell you that they're talking to other brokers. You could, unbeknownst to you, be in a competitive listing appointment. What I'm telling you guys is you need to bring your A game every single time. Treat them all as if they were a competitive listing appointment, because you may or may not know. So it might be when you're going to the home, you know you have the listing, or it might be you're going to present yourself and then find out later you're getting the listing, right? There's no wrong way to do it. It's going to vary from case to case, from situation to situation. Overall, though, at some point, no matter what, at some point, I got to get ready for this listing appointment. And getting ready for the listing appointment involves gathering data. And I'm going to have the seller involved in this process, because aren't they involved in this process? This is a joint effort. This is the two of us working together. So I can ask the seller to collect some data. I can ask the seller to get some information for me. Maybe I ask the seller to provide me with a copy of their deed. I can also, and I will also, go to the public records and pull the deed. But I want to make sure that the deed I find and that the deed they think they have match. I want to make sure the names are lined up. I want to make sure that we are talking about the same document. And I'm going to ask, is there anybody on this deed that's married and doesn't have their spouse listed? Is there an unknown spouse on this deed? So we're going to ask the seller for a deed, and I'm going to pull a deed. So we make sure going into this, we know who can sell this property. I'm going to ask the seller if they had a survey done. Maybe they've had a survey done recently. Maybe they had a survey done when they bought. But I'm going to ask them if they have a copy of their survey. I'm not necessarily going to share this with the buyer. That's not a common practice for the seller to share their survey with the buyer. But I'm asking for it because it's going to help me identify lot dimensions, property lines, easements, known encroachments at that time. It's going to give me an idea of the property that I'm looking at, if they have one. If the seller's in an HOA, I'm going to ask them to provide me with the HOA information. Can I have a copy of your covenants? What are your current dues? I'm also going to have the seller gather their outstanding balances. I'm going to ask the seller for their approximate balances. Now, I don't need down to the penny just yet, but I need an idea of this very, very early about what they owe. I've done my research, by the way. And before I go to this listing appointment, I know what I think I can sell your home for. Before I even meet you, I know what I think I can sell your home for. And if the seller starts rattling off all their outstanding liens, and those liens start adding up to more than what I think I can sell your home for, we got to have a different conversation. I got to make sure you can afford to sell. That seller's underwater. They owe more than what I can sell their home for. So we need to stop right then and discuss how are we going to proceed. Maybe it's a short sale situation that we'll talk about. Maybe you have to file foreclosure. Maybe the seller says, I have the money to bring to closing. I know I'm underwater. I know I owe money and I have that money to bring. We got to have the conversation up front. So maybe the seller calls and says, I want a listing appointment. I want to talk to you about listing my home. We're going to do some research. We're going to gather some data. I'm going to ask the seller, hey, if you have these documents available, we can look at them while I'm at the listing appointment when I come over tomorrow or whatever. Remember, very, very early, may it be on the phone before you go or the moment you walk in the front door, we need to do our working with real estate agent disclosure. If we've hit first substantial contact on the phone, then we've done it. I have, remember, 3 days to provide the disclosure after reviewing it. If you didn't hit first substantial contact on the phone, isn't it safe to say that at some point during that listing appointment, you're going to? So when you show up to the home, when you show up to the listing appointment, the sellers, the first thing you do when they walk in the front door, the seller's going to want to give you the grand tour because you're there to list their home, right? So they're going to want you to see their home. I need you guys to always remember that you are the professional in this situation and you need to control this listing appointment. Sellers, I cannot wait to see your home. But before I do that, we need to sit down and talk about a few things. And the first thing we're going to talk about is working with real estate agent disclosure. And the next thing I'm going to talk about is my duty to disclose material facts. The seller has the right to know that I always have a duty to disclose material facts before they go through the home and start pointing out problems, telling me everything that's wrong, before they start identifying material facts. They have that right to know. Isn't that fair? I have this duty to disclose. You don't. You can hide behind caveat emptor, seller, but I have a duty to disclose. They need to know that. So guys, we need to control this situation. Maybe we sit down at the dining room table or the back porch. I don't care. But we've got to sit down and get these things out front before we can proceed with the listing appointment. So right now we've just gathered information. We asked the seller to gather information. And in the meantime, I'm pulling the deed as well. I know if it's in an HOA. I'm looking at the location. I've gone to NCDOT and see if there's any road widening projects. I've looked at the school boards. I know what school zone we're in. Ideally, when you're preparing for a listing appointment, you got it all. The only thing you don't know is what the inside looks like. Does that make sense? We're doing our research. We're doing our homework. We're learning about the property before we get there. Our MLSs have a history. Anytime it's ever been in the MLS, we can view that history, we can see it, and that includes pictures. So I might be able to see pictures of what it looked like before you moved in, but I don't know what you've done to it. But looking at pictures before they moved in can also help me look for things like maybe the pictures had a smaller living room, and now all of a sudden I'm standing in a gigantic living room. I have questions like, did y'all knock that wall out? And if you did knock that wall out, did you get permits? Right? By looking at pictures, again, I don't know what you've done to it yet, but by looking at the history, it allows me to see what it used to look like. And if it doesn't look like that now, my little red flag went up. I'm gathering information. I'm learning as much about the property as I possibly can. And remember specifically, specifically for competitive listing appointment. Y'all need to treat them all as competitive, whether you know you're on a competitive listing appointment or not. So let's say, for example, Sherry, I'm going to pick on you. Sherry and I are two different brokers with two different firms, and we're on a competitive listing appointment. And I go first. Maybe I know, maybe I don't. And I'm sitting at the listing appointment and I'm looking at the seller going, do y'all know your zoning? Do you know if NCDOT is going to do any widening? Do you know what your covenant is? Do you know what your subdivision is? I don't know anything about the property. The sellers thank me for my time. And then Sherry comes in tomorrow. And Sherry says, I see DOT's thinking about doing some road widening. I see the school boards are thinking about redrawing the lines. I see you guys are zoned for multifamily. Who's getting that listing? It ain't me, because I don't know about the property. Isn't Sherry going to get it? Because she seems like she knows what she's talking about. Do your research. Take your A game every single time. So far, so good? So we're gathering, we're collecting. At some point, again, once we've disclosed, once we've decided we're getting the listing, once we've disclosed my duty to disclose material facts, then I'm going to walk through the property, preferably with the seller. I'm gathering the information I need to list it. By this point, I know I have the listing. I'm not getting information to list it until I know I have the listing. So at this point, actually, I guess I should say Sherry knows that she's getting the listing. So Sherry's going to do a walkthrough with the seller. Sherry's going to go through the home because I got to get the accurate listing information. MLS has required fields. There's some information I have to put in, otherwise I can't hit submit. But there's a lot of other information about the property that I can gather as well that might make it more sellable. Some of the features of the home that might make it more sellable. So we're going to go through, we're going to get accurate listing information. We're going to look at all features and defects. Y'all, there's no such thing as a perfect home. What? What did she just say? There is no such thing as a perfect home. Every single property has some kind of problem. Every single property. Does it make it material fact? I mean, the answer to that is it depends. We'll talk more about material facts if we don't get there today. We'll get there next week. But we're going to look for features. We're going to look for defects. And remember, before I start asking a bunch of questions, before I start expecting the seller to point out those features and defects, I'm going to first tell them that I have this duty to disclose. Be very careful what you tell me, because despite my seller's instructions, I have a duty to disclose. Remember old car and that obedience? I'm going to follow my seller's lawful instructions. And they need to know. Caveat emptor says that they can hide behind caveat emptor, but license law and commission rule says that I always have a duty to disclose material facts. So the seller needs to know that when they look at me and they say the basement floods every spring, shh, don't tell anybody. That's an instruction that I can't follow. Isn't that only fair? So we're going to have these conversations before they point out the features and the defects. But also ask the seller, what's your favorite place about this home? What was it that made you buy this home? Because can I use that as a good selling point? We love to sit out in the sunroom every morning and have our morning coffee. Couldn't that be, that's their favorite room of the house. Couldn't that be a good selling point? So it's not about finding all the bad. It's about finding out about the property, the good and the bad. Yeah, and ask your seller, what made you ultimately buy this house? What's your favorite room of this house? Again, this is a joint effort. We're working together to do this. I also need to ask the seller about fixtures and personal property. Fixtures are meant to stay. Personal property is meant to go. Seller, are there any fixtures that you're going to take? And if so, we need to talk about those right now. Ideally, I'd want my seller to take them down, replace, repair. before I show up for picture day, before a buyer ever sees them. If the seller says, nope, I'm not taking this fixture until I move out, awesome. I'm the listing agent. I have a duty to make sure that every buyer that looks at that home know that when they buy, that fixture won't be there. And I also have a duty as the listing agent to make sure when the offer comes in, that fixture is excluded. That fixture has been excluded from the sales contract. Personal property. The seller may say, they may rattle off personal property that they might be willing to leave with an acceptable offer. The number one negotiated personal property is the refrigerator. So the seller might say, I might be willing to leave the refrigerator. Well, just because the seller is willing to leave it, does that mean a buyer wants it? Maybe the buyer has a nicer refrigerator than the seller does. So just because the seller is willing to leave it doesn't necessarily mean that the buyer's going to want it, in which case we need to have the conversation with the seller. I will promote that the refrigerator will remain with an acceptable offer. But if the buyer doesn't want it, it's still personal property, and you need to make arrangements to get it out of here before closing. If the buyer doesn't want it, it's still personal property, and the seller needs to get rid of it. Put it on the street, put it up on Craigslist, I don't care. But it's got to get out of here when you move. Does that make sense? Everybody good with that? Sellers may say they're willing to leave their living room furniture. Okay. The buyer may say, this is the tackiest living room furniture I've ever seen. I don't want this, right? Just because they're willing to leave it doesn't mean they want it. They just need to understand, I'll promote it, I'll advertise it. But if they don't want it, you still got to get rid of it. We need to ask the sellers, y'all, we are looking for red flags. And we need to ask the sellers, have y'all done any recent repairs, any recent renovations, any recent improvements? You walk into a room, can't you tell if it's recently been painted? It smells fresh, it's nice, it's neat, it's crisp. Ask questions. Carpet, new, neat, clean, nice. Did y'all just have this cleaned? Wow, when I looked at pictures at MLS, this basement was unfinished. And now you guys have a finished basement. Did you do it? Did you pull permits? We got to ask these questions. Don't expect them to volunteer the information. We've got to ask the questions. Have y'all done any repairs? Have y'all done any major improvements? My favorite sellers are the ones that have their invoices and their receipts where they can prove when they did this and that. My favorite seller, every once in a while, is the one that has a 3-ring binder that includes everything they've done in that home since the day they moved in. I love that seller. We don't come across them that often. But that allows us to see who did the repairs, when. And then as mentioned, and probably one of the big things we need to make sure that we get out early on are material facts. Again, we've been dancing all around material facts. We haven't had the direct discussion about those yet. We should be able to get to those today. If not, we'll see those on Tuesday. We're getting closer to material fact. But the big picture right now is material facts are just facts about the property that a reasonable buyer may consider when deciding to buy this home. No such thing as a perfect home. The buyer's got to decide which imperfections they want to accept, which imperfections they're willing to work with. And it's my job to disclose what I know. It's my job to disclose those material facts. Remember, I'm a fact finder. We're also going to help the seller get the most from the sale. Some sellers will look at you and say, what can I do to get my home ready? Is there something I can do that might make it look better? Well, as we just said, y'all, a fresh coat of paint can go a long way. Maybe they're willing to paint, or maybe they're willing to clean the carpets, or maybe even just do a deep clean, right? Maybe we suggest that they have their landscaping trimmed up. Maybe we suggest they paint their front door color to make it pop. Y'all heard of curb appeal? What can we do to make that curb appeal better? Maybe the home is cluttered. Maybe it has a lot of stuff. So we want to encourage them to declutter, to take stuff down, right? They're asking us for our opinion. We're volunteering our opinion. I can't make anybody do anything, but I owe it to my seller to make suggestions on things that I think could get them more money. What they do with that information, that's not on me. I made my suggestions. So let me ask you guys something. You're getting ready to list this home. You're standing in this living room. Be reasonable, but what are some recommendations you might make to this seller?
Definitely painting.
You don't like the peach paint, huh? Peaches and cream. So maybe not, that's not for everybody, right? That's not for everybody. You know what some buyers may think when they walk in this room? I don't want a peach room.
Declutter.
Declutter. Let's get rid of some of this furniture. My goodness, I can't. Y'all, I sell space, not stuff. What do you see when you see this living room? You see a bunch of stuff. So get them to declutter. Let's go ahead and get this piano out of here. Y'all got to move anyway. So let's go. You got somewhere this can go until you move. You got a storage unit, or how are you going to move? Let's go ahead and start decluttering. If we make a couple recommendations, a couple suggestions, it really isn't a lot of work to make this living room look like that living room. Which one's more sellable? Which one's going to get the buyer or the seller the most money? All because we made a couple recommendations. We took Brittany's recommendation and got rid of those peach walls. We got rid of some of that furniture. Can't y'all see space now?
Yeah, and it looks clean and modern, so it's gonna be more.
It looks clean and modern, neutralizing, colors aren't for everybody. Certain colors aren't for everybody. Now, with that being said, some sellers are willing to do the work, some are not. All I'm doing is making suggestions and recommendations. If the seller says, I'm not changing anything, okie doke, then we got to list your home accordingly. We got to price it accordingly. Does that make sense? Some of them may want to do the work. Yeah, the new picture makes the room look a lot bigger, doesn't it? Makes the room look a lot bigger. Yes, ma'am. Kai, hello.
Yeah, my mom, she's actually having that problem with one of her listings. Like the seller doesn't want to move out quite yet, and she has like all of her stuff in there, and they're doing open houses, but it's not selling just because like she has all of her stuff. And like my mom was trying to explain to her, if you moved your stuff out, it would be, more easier to sell. But it's like she just doesn't understand that.
You know what might help? Once we've had a few showings, one thing that sometimes helps sellers is to see buyers' feedback. If I can show this is what the buyer said it was too much. So now it's not just me talking,
Yeah.
it's somebody else. So I'm a big fan of sharing feedback, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I'm
Yeah.
a big fan of sharing feedback because the buyer's the consumer. Thank you for sharing that, Kai.
Mhm.
I had a teammate. He and I were in the office yesterday, and he was getting ready for a listing appointment, and he was looking at comps nearby, and he pulled up pictures of a comp. I think it was still on the market. If not, it was under contract. I don't think it was under contract yet. But y'all, he said, Julie, come here. You got to see this. And the pictures, I mean, the living room probably had 5 couches in it. By the way, one of those couches had a kid sleeping on it. It's like, oh my God, wake the kid up for the pictures, right? And then we went on in the kitchen. There were dirty pots and pans on the stove. The sink was jam-packed full of dirty dishes. And I'm not just talking, they didn't rinse out their morning cereal bowl. I mean, this was like either a really big meal or days worth of dirty dishes in the sink. Do you know what a buyer, and the only thing that a buyer is going to see when they walk in that kitchen, They're going to hone in on all those dirty dishes. They're not going to look at the kitchen. I mean, have you guys ever sold a house? Has anybody ever sold a house? It's not, it's a part-time job selling a house because you get up every morning and you definitely have to make your bed now. No excuses. You definitely got to clean up last night's supper dishes. No excuses. Because if you allow the buyer to see these things, that's all they're going to focus on. Everybody with me? So it's just as, wiping down the bathroom fixtures as you leave the bathroom every morning, like things like that, make it sparkle, make it shine. Things like that can go a long way. And sometimes, to Kai's point, not everybody knows that. And we need to have these conversations with the sellers. It's a help me, help you kind of thing. Help me sell your house by doing your dishes. Help me sell your house by making your bed, please. It's a help me, help you. So, yeah, sometimes they're more willing to work with us than others. But what we can do and what we should do is make recommendations.
I was gonna ask, so say we have a customer that's like, I think it's Kaya. Kyla. Okay, Kayla. Okay. Sorry if I'm messing it up. So sorry. What if we have a customer like her mom's client is right now? Is it possible? Are we able to do anything ourselves, or our clients have to do it for themselves? Like, can I come in with like my own cleaning supplies and stuff and like straighten up right before house? I'm showing the house or whatever. Can I do that, or is that not something?
I mean, you could with a conversation from your seller, right? And that expense is probably going to be on you, right? So you could, and y'all, my trunk looks like I'm a real estate agent. I got all sorts. I'm not prepared for everything, I'm sure, but I'm prepared for a lot. And something else I have in my trunk is a broom and a dustpan, because sometimes you go into the open house and it needs a quick broom and a dustpan. It makes all the difference. That's a live and a learn right there. What's in my trunk is the voice of experience. But yeah, I can go in and do a quick clean because they may not want to, but I know I can sell it. So can you? Sure. Just utilize your resources.
And another thing, like say you are trying to sell like a home that has a person that lives in it. What are they? Hoarders. Say like worst case scenario, you have a hoarder's house, and you have to sell that home. There's no way to clean that, obviously, before showing. So those typically like as is homes when you're trying like fixer uppers. Like, is that how you typically present that, or is it more of a like, okay, like what do you do in those situations?
So you have a decision to make before you enter into the agency agreement. And if you are possibly listing a hoarded home and that seller's not willing to do anything until it closes or goes under contract or whatever, you have a decision to make whether you want to take this listing or not. And if you take it, remember, you guys, once you're in, you're in. It is old car all the way. So if you don't want to deal with that hoarded home to list it, if the seller doesn't want to clean it up before you list it, you have a decision to make. Is a hoarded home harder to sell? A little bit, because I'm not showing the space. That's what I sell, is the space. Yes, ma'am, Annette.
My question was just to make sure, when you accept the listing, you're no longer in oral, you're in a written agency agreement.
All listing, no listing agreements can be oral at first. So every agreement I have with an owner is in writing from the onset. So as soon as they say, I want you to sell my home, we got to get that thing in writing.
Okay, so when I go through the preparation of the listing meeting, it could be multiple competitors for listing the property, but once they pick me, then they supposed to sign a written
Yes.
agreement with my agency
Yep.
or firm. Okay.
Yep. Oral is only allowed with buyer and tenant. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, guys, let's take a break. When we come back, we're still working with sellers, getting you that listing. I'm going to take attendance. So again, we're inquiring, we're getting information from the seller. Like, tell me about some recent changes. Tell me about recent repairs. Did you have permits pulled when we did those recent changes, recent repairs? Were permits required? If so, did you have them pulled? If not, would you consider having it re-permitted after the fact? Most counties will come out and issue a permit once the work's been done, so we can discuss that with the seller. Another thing that we need to inquire, that we need to find out about, is the septic information. Is it public or is it an on-site septic system? If it's public, no issues. If it's an on-site septic system, then we need to inquire further. On-site septic systems have a septic permit. If your seller doesn't have a copy of their septic permit, or if they've never had it permitted, then we need to have them reach out to the health department of the county in which the property is located. So the county health department, wherever the property is located, if there's a permit, they can issue it. If not, they can come out and do what they need to do to get it permitted. The permit, the septic permit, tells us information about the septic, the on-site septic system. The location of it, the permit's going to tell us where it is. These things are buried underground for the most part. So the location is it, where can you find it? Are there any restrictions on the use? For example, some on-site septic systems can't allow like a garbage disposal. It's an overfill of the system. It's too much for the system. So there are any restrictions on what we can use it? Listing agents. The most important reason why we're going to get our hands on that septic permit before we list, if it's on an on-site septic system, is because the septic permit tells us the number of bedrooms that the capacity of this system will hold. Listing agents, I can only advertise the number of bedrooms that's stated in the permit. So you might be standing in what could be considered a 4-bedroom home. But if the septic permit says 3 bedrooms, I advertise a 3-bedroom with a bonus room, or a 3-bedroom with an office, or a 3-bedroom with a library. I do not say 4. So listing agents, we must get our hands on that on-site septic system, because we've got to make sure we're properly disclosing the number of bedrooms. This is one of these things that got really big, really fast in real estate. And I don't know, 20, 30 years ago, people were buying 4-bedroom homes, not looking at the permit. And now fast forward, they're getting ready to sell, and the broker's telling them, I can only advertise a 3-bedroom. I said, but I bought it as a 4. But the permit says 3. The permit tells us the number of bedrooms. The rule of thumb, it spells out, it lays out the capacity that the tank can handle. And a good rule of thumb, it figures 2 human heartbeats per bedroom. And I specify human heartbeats because that doesn't include our 4-legged family members. So it's just our 2 human heartbeats per bedroom. So if this septic system is permitted for a 3-bedroom house, what's that telling us is it can support 6 people. And keep in mind, you guys, it's not just bathroom water leaving the house. It's all water leaving the house. So dishwater water, washing machine water, kitchen sink water, right? All water leaving the house has to run through that septic system. So they state it per number of bedrooms, figuring on average how much human heartbeat uses, how much water human heartbeat uses. That makes sense? Do not list a home. Do not list a property. We can't. Y'all, I've seen this in disciplinary action a lot. in the last couple of years. So we got to take that extra step. The other thing that blows my mind is when you look at sellers and ask the sellers, are you on public sewer or on-site septic? And not everybody knows. So the best way to find out for sure is ask the seller to see a copy of their most recent utility bill. If they're being charged for sewer, they're on public sewer. If they're not, there's an on-site septic system somewhere in that property. It's all got to go somewhere, right? So if we're not going to have a public septic system, then it's on site. And the best way to tell, the best place to start, why don't you go get me your most recent utility bill and let's look at it together. 2 human heartbeats per bedroom. Again, that 3-bedroom will have the capacity for 6 people. That's how much it can hold. That's how much it can support. Questions on the septic information? In addition to information about the property, we're also going to discuss with the seller, what's my marketing plan? How am I going to sell your home? Don't look at a seller and tell them you're going to put their listing in MLS, because you know what every single agent across the country is going to do? Put it in MLS. What else are you going to do? Are you going to do open houses? What other forms of advertising are you going to do? Are you going to have a broker open where you take an afternoon and invite your broker buddies to come view the property, right? What else are you going to do to market and advertise and promote their listing? Some firms' marketing plan says this is what we're going to do within the first 30 days. This is what we'll do from day 31 to 60. This is what we'll do from day 61 to 90, right? It might just depend on how long we have it on the market. But whatever your marketing plan is, discussing that with the seller, and again, letting them be involved. Tell the seller to follow you on social media so they can share you promoting their home, right? Let's let the seller help. They know people too. So why not have them share your social media postings? Why not have them help and get spreading that word, spreading that, getting that advertisement out there? So what am I going to do to market, advertise your property? Of course, we got to talk about our brokerage fee, our commission, because that is part of the agency agreement. And remember, I can't put an open-ended amount with our brokerage fee. We need a very specific amount. This is how much the firm expects to collect when I have successfully sold your home. And then we're also asking if the seller's underwater. So are we possibly in a short sale situation? Again, we're asking them to bring their approximate balances. So we know if they owe more than what I think I can sell their home for, then we can have that conversation. And again, this isn't the set in stone listing appointment. There is no set in stone listing appointment because every seller, every transaction is different. But this just kind of gives us a general overview on how we're going to get the listings. What I'm telling you guys, make sure you're prepared. Make sure you study that listing. Make sure you know about the property. Make sure you can be competitive in the event you're in a competitive listing appointment. Questions or comments about the general process? So as we discussed, we have our forms from the North Carolina Association of Realtors. They often join forces with the North Carolina Bar Association. So we do have attorneys drafting our forms. We're going to look at our agent or our listing agreement. I don't know if we'll look at that today or if we'll just wait and do that next week. But we will look at our listing agreement, kind of like we did the buyer's agency agreement, a very brief review. But the forms are a good review of what you need to know for your exams. It's material that we've covered. It's materials that you find in your books, Learn, Test, Pass. So again, just reviewing those forms, and we'll look at that listing agreement. I may make it wait until next class. The Real Estate Commission doesn't create the forms. I think that's a problem topic. Our forms come from the North Carolina Association of Realtors. The Real Estate Commission doesn't provide us our forms. However, they tell NC Realtors the things that need to be concluded. They have license law and commission rule. So they let NC Realtors know, per license law and commission rule, this is what we need to have in our forms, and specifically our agency agreements. So let's do that. I just made an executive decision. When we come back together next week, we're going to look at our exclusive right to sell listing agreement. We'll hold off and look at that. And that'll be a good review on working with sellers. Another thing that has to come up in the listing appointment, at some point before I list it, we've got to discuss pricing with the seller. At some point, the seller is going to look at you and ask you what you can sell their home for. What do you think their home is worth? And the best way to help them determine what we're going to sell it for is to look at what similar homes nearby have recently sold for. So we're going to look at comparables. We're going to look at comps. And I'm going to look at these ones in nearby that have recently sold. And I'm going to compare the sellers to the other comps in the area. We have to provide the seller with the relevant information. So I'm not just going to pull the comps and say, this is what I think. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to go over it with them. We're going to look at this piece of paper together. And we have to agree to a listing price. Ultimately, the seller decides what they want to list their home for. So I provide them the facts so they can make the informed decision. But guys, if you don't think you can sell the home for what your seller wants to sell it for, you kind of have a decision to make here, don't you? If you don't think you can do it, you got to decide before you enter into the agency agreement. But always remember, once you're in, you're in. So based on these comps, couldn't we agree, I don't know, without looking at anything else but the numbers, I could probably sell your home for about, what, 3 to 340. We can narrow it down a little bit more, right? Let's say 340 is the max. Where on this range is this seller going to land? Well, it depends on the updates that the other homes have had. It depends on the updates of your seller's home. If everybody else has updated, but your seller's doesn't, we're probably looking at closer to the 300 range. If they have all the updates and all the work and everything is new, then we're closer to the 340 range. Does that make sense? So studying these comps is going to help us best advise the seller on what we think their home can sell for. Ultimately, what we list it for is up to the seller. So if this seller looks at you and says, these comps look good, but I want to list it for $415, you have a decision to make. And if you don't think, and you go back and look at those comps again and get some help, have somebody else in the firm, another set of eyes, right? But if at the end of the day, they're stuck at $415 and you don't think there's any way possible to sell their home for $415, you might be best not to take this listing. If you can't do it, don't look at the seller and say, oh yeah, I can do it, just to get the listing. You've wasted their time. You've wasted yours. You've wasted your marketing and your advertising dollars. You did an open house on Sunday for nothing, right? All that energy and effort. So we have to be on the same page. We have to be in agreement. But remember, if y'all signed that listing agreement for $415, you are old car all the way. And you got to do everything in your power to sell it for $415. Is it going to be challenging? Could be. I don't know a lot about life, but one thing I do know is that numbers don't lie. We're going to talk about comps. We're going to talk more all about this. I got a whole unit dedicated to helping a seller determine their price. We got a whole unit dedicated to value, which is going to be unit 7. So more on that when we get to unit 7. Yeah, Chantel, hey.
So wouldn't it be best to kind of go over the numbers before doing an open house or vice
Oh,
versa?
I'm going over the numbers before we list, before we sign the agency agreement, Chantel, because if we're not on the same page, then we're not entering into this agency agreement. So yeah, this is part of my listing appointment. Thank you. That's part of my listing appointment, is to make sure we're on the same page before I say sign here. Absolutely. Because if we do sign for 415, like I said, I'm in. It's old car all the way. So yeah, before I can get, I mean, a good rule of thumb, I'm not going to ask anybody to sign an incomplete document anyway. That just makes sense, right? But specifically, they say I cannot ask the seller to sign a listing agreement if we haven't agreed on the price. So we've got to have that list price before we can. Don't put TBD in there. I got to have a list price. And hear me, there's a difference in what I'm going to list it for versus what we're going to sell it for. So if I think I can get you 340, for example, depending on the market, depending on the time, I'm going to list it for more than 340, expecting an offer, expecting negotiations and counter offers. How much more than 340? It depends. A lot of it might come down to the seller's needs as well. You know, for the sellers, it often comes down to time versus money. You need money, I need time. If you don't need money, if time is an issue, then we can get you out. It's time versus money. So one of the first things I do when I meet a seller is I ask them, what's important to you? What do you want from the sale of their home? And most of the time, the seller's response is either money or I gotta move fast. And so getting their objectives, getting their agendas can also help us set this list price. It is a very personal and different conversation every single time, because every seller is different, every property is different, every motivation is different. But we are not going to ask the seller to sign anything until we have agreed to that listing price. So how you and I get this information that we're going to learn in unit 7 is we're going to look at our CMAs, also known as our comparative market analysis. We're going to study the market to help the seller arrive at a reasonable listing price. And we're going to go over this with them, and we're going to discuss this with them. This is never a knee-jerk reaction. Oh, just list it for this amount. No, I'm going to back it up with data. I'm going to back it up with the numbers. So, first thing, when do we see each other again? Tuesday morning. First thing, the next time I see you guys, we're going to start with looking at our exclusive right to sell listing agreement. Briefly, as we did our buyer's agency agreement. And we'll look at those more important provisions, those more important terms. Some things we're going to see similar, but there are some differences in working with sellers and buyers. I have an exclusive right to sell listing agreement for a single family property. We also have multifamily even. But we also have a listing agreement with vacant lot and land. So if you're just selling dirt, if you're just selling lot with no structure, then we have a different listing agreement. So as with the buyer's agency agreement, there's several different forms. There are so many forms. There are so many forms. You're only meeting, when I say y'all are just scratching the surfaces, I mean just that. You'll meet many more forms when you come to post licensing, but when you really start meeting the forms is when you're out there in the real world. And that's why you have a BIC, because your BIC's going to make sure that you have all your forms, that you have the paperwork that you need. Did anybody tell you guys how much we love our paperwork in real estate? I mean, we love our paperwork in real estate. Yeah, Brittany.
So with us focused on the exclusive right to sell listing agreement, let's say that we're working with this seller and we're working on getting their house on the market. But they don't know where they're going to go next. So we also know that once they, I guess, get this property under contract, they also want us to represent them buying their next property.
Sweet.
Do we go ahead and like get all of those forms and paperwork out of the way, or do we just focus on selling it and then move to the next stage once it's under contract, I guess?
If they want you to help them sell and buy, then let's go ahead and do it. Now, if they say we're not sure yet, can we wait? Then you're going to say, okay. And again, it might be that we're building trust, that we're building that rapport. And once you prove to them that you're have their best interest as a listing agent, then there might be more apt to. But yeah, if they call you wanting to sell and buy, then we can lead with that conversation. I'm not in a conflict of interest because I'm helping one client. It's 2 transactions now, the one that they're selling and then the one that they're buying. And it might be, Brittany, that they want to go out and start looking at property when you get them under contract, or maybe they want to go out and start looking at property, before you get them under contract. So these are all things that are going to come up, before when we're listing it. So absolutely. And I think that's a great question to ask in your listing appointment. Where are y'all going to go? And maybe they're moving back in with mom and dad, or maybe they're going to rent an apartment, right? But they've got to start, if nothing else, that can trigger them to start thinking about, if they haven't, what's next. Because they got to go somewhere. They got to get out. Yeah, Annette.
Just so I'm understanding, when you're listing the property, you were saying net listing was frowned upon. But if they go in and tell you how much they want to profit from selling the property, is the net listing only when you try to list it to a certain amount so you can get a more commission off of it,
Yep.
or if you want to list it higher because they want a certain amount?
No, the net listing is the seller tells you, I want to make 100,000. So
Mhm.
you do the math, you do the research, and you find out for them to make 100,000, you could list their home for 180. I'm making numbers up. So their closing costs and all their liens and everything. So you list their home, you can list their home for 180 for them to net 100. Now you're doing your research and you learn you can sell it for 250. So you list it for 250, they get 100,
Mhm.
and you get whatever's left. And that's why the net listing isn't allowed, because it's a conflict of interest. Because if I can make my seller more money, isn't that what's best for them? Now, if I don't have a net listing, I list it for 240 and they get whatever that is. They're going to get more than the 100. But the
What if
net listing is very much frowned upon because it's a conflict of interest.
what they're asking for is right on what they're going to get for the house, and they're not going to have additional for commission? I mean, like, I don't know how to explain it, but say
So
they're
that's why I'm doing a seller net with them. That's why I'm sitting down when we list and I say, these are your closing costs. These are your liens. This is everything you owe. And if we sell your home for X amount, then this is how much you're going to get. And if they say, I'm not okay with this, then we have a decision to make. We need to decide.
okay.
So Ned, I don't know if you knew it or not, but you actually led me into my next slide, which is calculating seller net. Awesome transition. Thank you. Seller net. We're going to help the seller figure out, when I sell your house for X amount, how much are you going to make? So here's your T-bar. Go ahead and jot it down. This is your formula. And then we're going to talk about what it means.
Did they,
For these, oh,
sorry,
sorry.
did they cut this part out of the book? Like, is this something that we need?
No, I don't think Seller Net's in the book, but it is on the syllabus.
Okay.
So for these problems, more than likely you will be asked to find the sales price. So more than likely your X will be the bottom left. And these problems are going to give you the information. They're going to tell you what the seller wants to net. The seller's net is how much they expect to collect once you sold their house. They've paid all their liens, they've paid all their closing costs, they've paid commission. Remember our lien priority? You have all those people standing in line with their hand out waiting on the seller to sell. And in addition to the lien priority, we can add closing attorney's fees, brokerage commissions. We can add all these closing costs. And always remember, you guys, the very last person in that line always is the seller. So they're going to get whatever is left. And whatever is left is referred to as what we call the seller's net. So the problem is going to tell us what the seller wants to net, what they want to collect when you sell their home. And then we're also going to consider the debts listed in the problem, seller's debts. So for their outstanding mortgages, for their outstanding liens, do they have any unpaid real property taxes? Closing costs. Please make a note for me. You see where that little asterisk is next to debt? Follow that asterisk. When we look at the seller's debt, it's going to include everything but our commission. Don't worry, I'll get you paid in just a second. So when we're calculating the number on top, we're going to calculate the seller's debt and everything they owe except our commission. Everybody good so far? Then the third piece is to talk about the seller's rate. Make a note. Whose rate is that? It's the seller's rate. When we're calculating seller net, I think it's best to put our seller's hat on. I think we go into these problems wanting to know how much we're going to get paid. What we're calculating is how much I sell your home for in order for you to net X amount. And our commission is figured in the seller's rate. So for the seller's rate, let's talk about pie. Y'all want to talk about pie? The whole pie, 100% of the pie, represents the seller's rate. It represents what we can sell the home for. And the seller, when calculating their pie, is actually going to give you a piece of the pie. So if the whole pie is 100%, the number that goes in the bottom right is going to be the whole pie minus what they're paying us. So the seller's rate is 100% minus the percentage that they're paying the listing firm and or the selling firm, whatever the agreed upon commission is. So for example, the problem may tell you that the commission is 7%. If the commission is 7%, why don't you guys tell me in a chat what the seller's rate is? Commission is 7%. So you're going to tell me in a chat what is the seller's rate. Yep. So the whole pie, I love it when y'all answer with a question mark. So the whole pie, the whole pie is 100%. That's the seller's pie. That's the sales price for the seller. And of that whole pie, they're giving you a piece. They're giving you a 7% piece. So how much are they keeping for themselves? 93%, and that 93% is what goes in the bottom right. 100% minus the commission is the seller's rate. So in other words, they've given us a piece of their pie, and they have the rest to pay off their liens, pay off their outstanding balances and mortgages, pay it all off, closing costs, attorney's fees, pay it all from that 93%, and then whatever's left will be the seller's net. Questions so far? So we're going to look at one of these together. Then I got one for you guys to do. So let's see. I got a seller that wants to net $45,000. So in other words, you're at this listing appointment. The seller looks at you and says, I want to make $45,000 from the sale of my house. What they're telling you is they want to net $45,000. So when it's all said and done, they want you to put a check in their hand for $45,000. Everybody good so far about what we mean by net? They have closing costs of $4,000. They have a loan payoff of $218, 6% commission, and then something called a deed preparation fee of $150. The question is, what do I sell their home for in order for them to net $45,000? So we know we can use the T-bar if you choose. And I know what I'm solving for is the sales price, which is, the bottom left. Then I'm just going to start adding. I'm going to figure the number on top, and I'm going to add their net of $45,000 plus their closing costs, plus the loan payoff, plus the deed prep. Their net plus their debt, everything but commission. So we add all those numbers up, and the number on top that I get is $267,150. The number on top is their net plus their debt, everything but commission. They've agreed to give you of their pie, they've agreed to give you a 6% piece. So if they're giving you a 6% piece, how much do they keep for themselves? And I can see your mouths move. They're going to have 94% for themselves. And that's the number that goes in the bottom right. They're giving you 6%, and they're keeping what's left for themselves, which is 94%. Back fourth line in the T-bar means divide. So we take 267, 150, we take their net and their debt, we divide it by 94%. And that's going to give me a sales price of $284,200. So in other words, what we've just told this seller, in order for you to net $45,000, in order for you to walk away with $45,000, I've got to sell your home for $284,200. Now, before you start signing paperwork, this is where we do our comps to make sure that the neighborhood will support a sales price of $284,200. This is where we're going to do our research. We're going to do our diligence to make sure that it's feasible to sell their home for $284,200. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't guarantee you I can, but I can look at the market data. I can study the numbers and see if this is within reason. If I sell your home for anything less than $284,200, that means you're going to walk away with less than $45,000. Do I have a happy seller on my hand? No, especially if I said something like, I promise I can get you $45,000, but y'all be careful with promises, guarantees, things like that. What if I sell your home for more than $284,200? I've given the seller more than $45,000. Do I have a happy seller? So oftentimes when we're helping the sellers with their nets and their estimates, we tend to over exaggerate numbers just a little bit to give us some wiggle room. And back to us, take your seller's hat off, put your broker's hat on. Remember, you guys, my commission is a percentage of the sales price. So until I find the sales price, I don't know how much I'm going to get paid, right? Now that I know the sales price, if you have to know what you're going to get paid, now I know I can take 6% of 284.2, and that'll let you know your commission. Go into these not thinking about what you're going to get, because that's aren't what these questions aren't asking you. They're asking you what the seller, what you need to sell the seller's home for in order for them to net X amount. Yeah, Helene.
I'm so confused to where you get $267,150. Because I add them all up, it's not adding up to it.
So let's see. Let me do that again. I take 45,000 plus 4,000 plus 218,000 plus $150. And I'm getting the 167,150. So I took.
Oh, okay.
I
You didn't
took
add.
this number plus this number, and this number. And when I added them up, I got that number.
Yeah, what I did wrong was I add the 6% also. That's why I was like.
So the number on top is the net and all the seller's debt, everything but commission.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Because I don't know 6% of what until I find the sales price. So you can't calculate your commission until, and that's why we take it out of their pie. That's why, and that's how you get paid, is from their pie. Anything else?
Great question.
Yep.
I don't understand how they're going to end up with 45,000 if we're getting our 6% off of that.
Because I'm taking 6% off of the sales price, which is calculated with the seller's pie. So they're going to go ahead and give me that piece, and then we're going to figure out what that whole pie is. So 6% of the sales price is mine. That's my piece of the pie. And then the rest of that 94%, and that allows them to pay me, pay their expenses, and then still walk away with $45,000.
Okay, even though we came up with the 267 from adding all of those together minus the commission, we're still going to come up with.
I didn't minus the commission. I figured the commission when I figured this. My commission is there.
It's in the 287. I mean 284.
It's in. It will be of the purchase price. So I'll have a 6% commission from the 284.2. But I first got to find that purchase price. And we use the seller net. We use our T-bar and our seller net pie to help us come to that sales price.
Okay.
If I do, so 284, 200 minus 6% minus 4,000 minus 218 minus 150, I get $44,998. So how much is the seller going to walk away with? $45,000. They've paid me 6%. They've paid off all their debt. And then whatever's left is that 45.
All right. And that's only if you could sell it for the 284 too.
Yep. If I sell it for more, you're going to get more. If I sell it for less, you're going to get less.
Okay.
This 284.2 tells me the minimum sales price to put $45,000 in your pocket.
Okay. All right.
Some sellers are going to look at you and say, how much do I make? Yeah, I had a seller once, the man about drove me nuts. He told me when he met me, if I can't, I'm just going to use the numbers on the screen. If I can't make $45,000, then I can't afford to sell this house. I mean, it was like that. He gave me a material fact. He gave me something of importance before I ever listed his home. And his question was, can you sell my home and put $45,000 in my pocket? And I said, well, let me sit down with the numbers. Like I said, I over exaggerated because I wanted to give myself some wiggle room, right? So I played around with the numbers and I said, if you want to net 45,000, then this is what I think we should sell your home for. Do you want to go on the market for X amount? He said, I don't care as long as I make $45,000. And an offer came in. I said, what do you want to do? He said, I don't care as long as I make $45,000. I said, the buyers want a refrigerator. He said, I don't care as long as I make 45. I was like, dude, at some point I got to get a direct answer from you. I got to get a direct, because I understand this is important to you, but I got to get a direct answer. He had a very specific need and he wasn't trying to be obnoxious. He just had a very specific need. He couldn't afford to sell if I didn't give him, what was he doing with that $45,000? I don't care. It's none of my business. But he couldn't afford to sell if I didn't make. So I had the very important duty to make sure through my comps, through my CMA, that I could sell his home for 284.2 at a minimum. So he could walk away with 45. And I did, and he walked away with more. I had a happy seller. But again, he said closing costs. I said closing costs of 4,000. Let's just say 6. He said my loan payoffs, 215. I said, how about we round that up to 218? You see what I'm saying? I kind of over exaggerated the numbers just to give myself, not too big, but I did want to give myself. And I think that's often what we do and what our lenders do too, when they're estimating numbers, giving us some wiggle room. Now, in the real world, there's a really cool worksheet that's called the Seller Net Worksheet. And it's so cool, actually. I got a form for that. And when you put the numbers in, it like beep, boop, boop, it calculates for you. And furthermore, it gives you like 3 columns. So you can tell the seller, this is how much you're going to make if I sell your home for 284. This is how much you're going to make if I sell your home for 300. This is how much you're going to make if I sell your home for 275. It gives us different scenarios and it takes all their debt. So in the real world, you're going to use the handy dandy form. But until you get to the real world, we need to know how to calculate seller net. Other questions? Tell me in the chat, A, B, C, or D. You've got another minute or so, give or take, and we'll talk about it. So let's talk about Jessica. Jessica wishes to make 80,000 on the sale of her home. She has to pay off her mortgage of 400,000. She's got closing costs of 4,000. Jessica's agreed to pay a 5% commission. So the question is, what do we need to sell Jessica's home for in order for her to net 80,000, in order for her to walk away with 80,000? So I read the problem and I may not know much, but you know what I do know? So I can throw down a T-bar and I can identify my X. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the sales price. What do I have to sell her home for? If Jessica's paying a 5% commission, what is the seller's rate? And I can see your mouth move. How much of that pie is left for Jessica? She's giving you a 5% piece of her pie, and she's going to keep 95% for herself. And then the number on top is going to be her net. How much does she want to walk away with? Plus her debt, all of her debt, but commission. So when we look at her 80,000 net, her $400,000 mortgage, and her $4,000 closing costs, when we add all that up, I get a number on top of 484,000. Questions on how we set the T-bar up? That fourth line in the T-bar means divide. So we take 284,000 divided by 95%, 95%. And I get a minimum sales price. The minimum I can sell Jessica's house for is 509, 473, 68. But when we round it up, we get C. So in order for Jessica to walk away with $80,000 and pay her debt and pay me, the minimum I can sell her home for is C, $509,474. Questions?
Yeah, I did that. I forgot that I added 150 first off, thinking about the last problem we had. And then
one problem at a time.
Yeah, I added 150. So I did get originally the 184, but I said 184, 150. And so I came down with my 5% being $24. I mean $24,207, which was the commission I bring home. And so I never was able to get my math to C. So I originally picked B. But you said the last part I had it all mixed up.
So you're focusing on how much you're going to get paid. But I can't answer that question until I first answer this question. I got to find the sales price first. And if you guys are trying to pay yourself off of her debt, her net, off that number off top, remember, I'm paid a percentage of the sales price. So you got to put your seller's hat on. And I know that's hard. But what am I going to get out of this is the afterthought. Does that make sense? Now that we know the answer is C, and I know I'm getting 5%, if test time allows, y'all watch your clock, but if test time allows, can't I now determine how much my commission is going to be? Now that I know the sales price, now that I know what I'm going to get, but I can't do that while I'm working the problem. I can't do that until I've solved it. Why are we adding the 80,000? Because the number on top is their net plus their debt. So the net, what they want to make, especially when they look at you and say, I've got to make $80,000. We've got to help them figure out their net plus their debt. And it's all on how it's calculated. In this case, what's left in the pie. So they've given you 5%, which means they have 95%. They have that much of the pie left to pay their mortgage, to pay their closing costs. And oh yeah, they got to pay themselves. You got to pay yourself, figure out the calculation for yourself when you sell your home. And that's what the seller net is, how much they want to pay themselves. Yeah, Brianna.
So do you just add like all the numbers except for commission is pretty much what we're doing? So like if they have like, say for instance, there's like an extra number in here, do we add that as well?
If it's a seller debt, we're not going to get in too much into that right now. So for your practice problems, there's not going to be many distractors. Now we are going to get into things that are the seller's responsibilities, but we're not going to worry about that just yet. So typically speaking, that number on top is their net plus their debt. And even not knowing, we know the seller has to pay off a mortgage. We know they have closing costs. So yeah, we're just going to go with what the problem tells us. Yep.
Thank you.
Of course. All right, you guys, don't go anywhere yet. Let me say bye. Hang on. So this gets us through the week. So let's talk about what next week's going to look like. We're going to pick up here. We are still working with sellers. How can I get back to you guys? Where are you guys? There you are. Next week, we are going to finish Unit 3. So please make sure you're looking ahead. Please make sure you're working through that. After 3, we do Unit 4. After 4, we do Unit 5. So you guys are going to be looking ahead this weekend. You're going to be reviewing Unit 3, and then you're going to look at Units 4 and Units 5. So we'll pick up here next week and keep going, because that's what we do. I don't have a rear view mirror in this class, do I? So guys, I am the rear view mirror. So anything that we've covered, anything you're not sure of, this is why you reach out to me. This is why you let me help, text or email. This is how I can assist. Fair enough? Fair enough. Y'all have a great weekend. Enjoy this warm weather. Enjoy the sunshine. It's daylight savings this weekend too. Don't forget, we get to spring forward, which means it's going to be lighter later. We made it when we get to Saturday night. So don't forget to spring your clocks ahead. You guys have a great weekend, and I will see you on Tuesday.
Good night, everybody. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend, guys.